We go out straight to the right. You have the ladies. To the left, you have courtiers. The security teams who are based in this hotel, all of them are first aiders, certified first aiders, certified fire marshals and others. Anybody will be coming to serve you as a Panari staff. Kindly and please make sure they have name tag. I repeat again. Anybody will come to serve you here as a Panari staff, ensure he has a name tag. You know the current crime in Nairobi, we have so many imposters. My team are in black and white. That's a security team, banqueting staff. They have their uniform and they have got name badges. This building is covered by the police 24/7. You see some in uniform, some in civilian. In case of anything, we always work in hand with the police. Those people will be driving out. Maybe you want to go to town, Westlands, Langata Road. You don't need to go up to GM and make a U-turn. Just behind the hotel, you have an area exit gate that will take you to Rena's Chapel, then Mombasa Road and Expressway. In case of fire, you walk down straight outside main parking, your fire assembly point. Take your time, walk down this building. There were so many things. You have the ice skating, you can have a watch, you can go skate. Ensure, please, that whatever you see, as a security concern, let me know. When you see something, say something. Always make sure that your phone is 1 arm length away from you. My work as a security manager is to make sure that you guys are safe as your properties, but always we say security starts with you. So make sure your phone is always 1 arm length away from you. If you are leaving it, please leave it to somebody you know. For other properties like laptop, those ones leave it to me, I'll take care of them. In case of something, let me know. I'll be here with you from now till the end of the day. Feel safe, feel welcome. Asanteni sana kwa biashara, and we hope to see you soon again. Karibuni sana.
Thank you, Mr. Andrew. Thank you so much for that. We have a program, and around 11 we will get a health break. We have some refreshment. We will break for lunch around 1 o'clock, 1:30. Yeah. I would like to welcome Airworthiness Manager, Mr. Alex Desure, who will take us through part of the program before we go for break, so that he can introduce the management of the authority. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Good morning again. Good morning. Yeah, we apologize for the slight late takeoff because of avionics snag. Now, what is happening is we want to do an introduction. Before we introduce guys from Aviation Authority, I want to recognize and we'll introduce a group because we don't have much time. So we'll be introducing a group. They stand and wait to us. So I'll start by the company owners, airport owners. Airport owners, company owners, aircraft owners. Please, if you're here and ready, stand, wave to us. The owners of companies, the aircraft owners, if you're here, please stand, wave to us. Alright. Yes, is it chairman or something like that? Very good. Thank you so much. You're all welcome. So the next group I'm going to introduce is post holders. KCA approved post holders. In other words, you're the AOC or the AMO post holders, or the police people, head of maintenance, head of. All those 5 or 10 people, if you're here, please. Very good. We'll be here the whole day. We want to hear you how you talk, but when you ask, you are welcome. I want to see the other people who remain seated, and you're not from the CA. You're not working in an AOC or an AMO, or you're a student, or you're just generally a stakeholder interested in aviation. Please stand also, you will class. We recognize you too. There are other people. Yes, you are welcome. So the congregation, you're welcome. Now the next people I'm going to introduce quickly, the Civil Aviation Authority workers. Let me see those who are here, point those who are in time, so guys from attachment. The attachment guys, some of them are, you're welcome. So next, we have inspectors here. Please, let's stand. Let's stand, inspectors, airworthiness, inspectors. I request the DASA and the DG to sit down.
Anatumia?
Yeah. So we are not so many because other operators, they are in the office looking for services. So because they are not really, we'll request them to salute us, introduce themselves, a few seconds, and
Good morning. My name is Paulina Njeri, Senior Aviation Inspector. Good morning, everyone. My name is Maria Njeri, Flight Operations Inspector and also Acting Manager for Stakeholder. Good morning, everyone. My name is Marcy Senior Aviation Inspector.
Good morning, my name is John Gina, Senior Airworthiness Inspector, KCA. Good morning once again, my name is Richard Nyamusela, Senior Airworthiness Inspector, KCA.
My colleagues, you're welcome. Before I welcome my boss, we've got another flight ops inspector here.
Last but not least, Stephen Kashenko, Flight Operations Inspector, KCA.
You're welcome. I want to please sit down, my colleagues. You have been seeing a projection here. At the CA, we believe that stakeholders are the main people who will drive safety. And so today we have a theme, those who are keen to read. We have a theme, it's called Enhancing Safety. Enhancing aviation safety through collaboration. That you are the people who will ensure that aviation safety is at its best. So before we continue with the program for the day, I want to welcome my boss, Madam Dasa, Madam Mary Tetel, who is the Director of Aviation Safety, Security and Regulation. She will welcome us and she will take over the program for the next few minutes. Welcome, Madam.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Alex Gesine, that is our manager, Airworthiness, KCEA. Before I move on a little bit for a minute, I want to recognize the presence of the Director General, KCEA, Mr. Emil Ibiza Haran, our Director of the Board, Madam Liz Alemanzi, and I want to recognize our participants and stakeholders in the house. Karibuni sana, and I will not leave my colleagues in KCEA seated with us here today. So welcome, it's good to see you. The last time we were here, maybe was the regulations, but today is not about the regulations, there is part of it. So welcome everybody, and if you feel at home, this is an open session, an open forum for each and every one of us to submit to us the good things and those challenges that you feel you have in our regulatory system, especially regulation safety. And just the theme today, posted here, is enhancing aviation safety through collaborative stakeholder engagement. We need you stakeholders in this process. And for us, this aviation safety as a state in Kenya, we have at high level the 8 critical elements. Critical element number 1 is the Civil Aviation Act, which we all know. We have the CAP 395, which governs the rules of civil aviation in Kenya. Critical element number 2 is the regulations, the famous Kenya Civil Aviation Regulations, KCAS. That is critical element number 2. Number 3 is we have the state's organization itself. KCA has its headquarters, the building, when you're driving to Jomo. That is the organization, the building. In that building, we have people seated in there. We have procedures, processes. We have the facilities that enables the authority to discharge its aviation safety mandate. Number 4 is the training. The training that touches on the staff of KCA that oversight the aviation safety matters. Number 5 is the technical guidance materials in form of advisory circulars, orders, both to the industry and guiding the CAA in the way they carry out their mandate. Critical element number 6 is the certifications that you see. Today we are talking about AMO, AOC. Those are certifications. We are talking about licensing. We do personnel licensing. We do authorizations for you to do RVSM, to do ETOPS. We do other approvals. Critical element number 7 is surveillance. Once we certificate, approve, authorize, you must make sure that you are following those rules that were initially set in approval. Critical element number 8 is resolution of safety issues. So that if you are certificated or approved to do an RVSM flight and you are in violation of any rule that is governing that operation, now we resolve the issue. You give them collective action requests, you give us a plan or an action taken, we either accept it or we not accept it. So, plenary today, that is exactly what we are going to discuss today. It's all about aviation safety for Kenya. And that is establishment of a state safety oversight system, including the implementation of the same. So at that high level, easy summary, I want to welcome everybody, and I want to welcome the Director General KCA, just to give us his word before we get to the next session of the program. Thank you.
Thank you, Dancer. Our board member, Director Liz Alubanze, representatives from the industry, CEOs, accountable managers, my colleagues from KCA, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. As was pointed out by our manager airworthiness, Alex, about the theme of today's engagement, where it's enhancing aviation safety through stakeholder engagement and dialogue. You may all have noticed that priority of the stakeholder. In this industry, we have to work together and build it together. As KCA, as you all know, we have highly competent and skilled individuals. However, taking off the experience the industry has, there's a lot of experience in that industry. So the only way to build aviation in Kenya is by working together and moving things forward for the benefit of our state. None of you will be happy if aviation is affected, and neither will we. So we have to work together. So there'll be very detailed discussions today to really get to understand, get your input on certain matters, because as a people, as the stakeholders in the industry, having us synergize all our energies to move things forward is very important. We do not work in a vacuum, really need your input. And it's moving in that direction that you may or may not be aware, KCA signed the contract with Seabury to automate our processes like other jurisdictions have done. When you look at countries like UAE, Japan, and other places which have an effective implementation of up to 99%, one of the main processes Another thing that your input is very important. We've gotten a lot of feedback about the wet leasing regulations. I can say by the time the regulations are coming out, maybe we will capture needs to be done. Something else I'm just going to mention now. We are all eager to build Kenya. We're all Kenyans. We all love Kenya. We love this country. It's a wonderful country that we've been gifted by God, and we really need to take care of it. A complaint that has been there, don't say a complaint, but not from many of you, from others. Kenya has the potential to be the #1 shipper flowers, or maybe flower producers. We could be #1 in the world, we're currently #2. But there is complaint about lack of adequate cargo space. Last year, up to 30 tons of meat were destroyed, again due to lack of adequate cargo. So we realized as KCA, instead of having people talking about the walls, talking to each other, one of the best things that KCA can do is have a forum with all the shippers, fresh produce, meat, all the exporters. Come, I don't know if the venue is going to be here or where. And then also you as an industry, if any of you has ever wanted to do cargo, I'm saying cargo there, and you're really not sure about whether there's capacity for the product you're going to offer, and you're having a difficult time. The idea behind that is to give airlines like yours and anybody else a platform to engage with the shippers, so that firsthand you get to hear the problems that they are having and how it's disenfranchising the state from lack of adequate cargo capacity to ship some of the products that we have, beef, flowers, and all sorts of things. That should be happening either June 5th or let me just say within June. We'll finalize and invite anybody who wants to be here, so that for the first time we have that engagement, even as now probably have a total paradigm shift. We realize that right now, I know many of you may not be into cargo, but SA, a lot of cargo has to go down south before it now comes here on their way back to Europe. But as Kenya, we could make Kenya a major shipping hub where cargo does not have to go down south, and this will increase employment, increase GDP, increase opportunities, and really build up the state, build up aviation. So we'll start by having that engagement, and that the idea behind that engagement, again collaboratively, is to see whether it's time to shift. Most jurisdictions in the world split the BASA for passenger travel and BASA, for cargo. Many jurisdictions do not use BASAs for cargo anymore. But even as we work on that policy shift, if that's a direction that the state is going to take, again, it really needs an open discussion with the stakeholders to see if finally it's time to transit and look at different policies for the cargo sector and for the passenger sector. But I was just preempting, just to let you know that your input is very, 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 very important to us. And my colleagues at KCA and all of us are really keen, starting from the board, to figure out what we need to do to support you, because your businesses are your businesses. Our roles are just to facilitate your businesses and ensure compliance with laws, but also within that, working together to help you comply, so that at the end of the day, it's a benefit for the state. So I don't want to get into too many stories, because I know we're all eager to see the presentation, hear from our colleagues from airworthiness and flight ops, and see what needs to be done differently, certain policy changes that may need to be introduced for the benefit of the state, how to now protect aviation and protect your businesses. So with those few words, I believe, Alex, you're going to take us through. I'll hand it over to Alex, who will take us through the rest of the program. Karibuni.
Yeah, thank you, DG. Thank you, DASA. Now we will have two presentations. One will be done by Madam Penina, Airworthiness Inspector. But I want to do an introduction of what you expect us to do today here. And ladies and gentlemen, we will expect you to share with us what you have to tell us, and say positive, also say negative. We accept both positive and negative because that will improve our operations. So this is what we will be discussing about today, but we will have more talks from your side. So the introduction will be done. Madam Penina will be telling us your responsibility, or rather reminding you, because these things you already know them. She will just tell us about the mandate of the CA, the mandate of IQ, and other stuff. We will do aircraft certificates, including the airworthiness. We will be mentioning issues that we have been facing in the previous years, and what happened where, what you think should be improved, should be changed. We will do certificate of registration and the cross-border operations. We will be discussing with the members of the stakeholders on this issue of cross-border. Some of you just decide to go buy an aircraft which does not have most of the documentation without first even talking to the CA. Then you will come and say, I've already spent money, so you have to certificate this aircraft. Now it becomes a problem for us, so we will try to see how can we collaborate before, during, and thereafter. We will talk about the AMO operations. The AMO will be measuring on when do you apply, and also we'll be talking about the inclusion process. If you think it could be taking too long, the DG mentioned there could be other issues, maybe about policy changes and other things that we will discuss and agree. The other thing, we talk about modifications. You realize that most of the people, they sometimes submit modification applications with STCs which are not up from the original design, and so we miss to have what we call continuous airworthiness information from those people. We'll be also talking about the airworthiness directives. Normally we receive them at the CA, but it's the responsibility of the operators and the stakeholders to ensure they have been correctly accomplished and communicated back to the OEM as required. So we'll be talking about aging aircraft operations. We realize that the aircraft is aging just as the human being. So we'll be talking about, is the age the issue about safety, or there is something else that you will tell us. Lastly, we'll be talking about the incident reporting. A number of you, sometimes you fly to some, in quotes, airports which are not correctly approved or having the correct operations. And then when you have an incident out there, there is issues on how to bring that aircraft back to service. Much that there is something we call temporary loss of the airworthiness. So the Civil Aviation Authority is looking into the safety. And ladies and gentlemen, safety, we are adopting what is called performance-based. And the safety that we are looking at is the desire to have an outcome that is focused on the operators, those people who are the owners of the aircraft. Whether it's flying in Congo or in Zambia, whatever it is, you still remain the responsible of the airworthiness of that aircraft. Now, we talk about collaboration in aviation. If we talk about grammar, collaborative is having two people involved working together for a common goal. Now, the common goal is the theme of today, that is enhancing the safety of aviation based on what you will tell us and based on what we will tell you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we also talk about a collective responsibility. It is collective in the sense that you release the aircraft. Let me pause there. I want to report that the DG approved what we were discussing last time. When we had a stakeholder engagement, we got approval of the TGMs that those who remember last time when I was presenting for the AML. And so they were approved 8th of this month, and now you might be getting the publishing today or tomorrow, and so we will start issuing those licenses, and that will be part of the things that we will be discussing here, because they will technically affect how now you will be releasing your aircrafts. By extension, it will affect the CRS, because the current CRS is based on the previous 2013 regulation. And so now, tomorrow or today when we issue the license, then your CRS also will have to change from the AOC side, the AMO side, because it will now be reading B1 and the B2. But there is a transition period, but those TGMs, they've been approved and released. So we're just waiting for our brothers from another department who now are looking into the publishing. So can you salute the DG? Yeah, so we're talking about to enhance safety. It is essential to understand what is happening. You and me need to understand the issues of the safety of these aircrafts. So I will invite my colleague Penina, who will slightly remind us of the mandate of the IQ and the mandate of you and the mandate of you as the CA representatives. We always look at the ICAO convention as a standard on how then we work. We look at CA as a standard to implement what ICAO has put forward from the annexer side. So ladies and gentlemen, we as the CA, we represent ICAO, and you as the stakeholders, you represent the CA where you work. So we will have Penina to take us through on this, then I will come back and we will continue with the discussion. Maybe till Mercy will tell us what time this will change. Welcome, Mercy. Penina, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, all protocols observed. I'll just go straight to my presentation. As I said, my name is Penina Njeri. My vision in life is to protect people and property through knowledge sharing. So I will take us through just a brief history. I'm sure we are all aware of the things I'm going to talk about. But I believe we say experience is the best teacher. But the experience does not have to be yours. We can also learn from what happened to the people who lived before us for us to be able to grow this industry. Okay? So we look at what happened to during World War I, and that's when the people then discovered they could actually use aviation for commercial purposes, not just war, okay? So when aviation was being utilized during World War I, there were a few things that they experienced, and these were the disputes. Sovereignty over airspace. Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Europe, everyone had their own rules, okay? So this was one of the problems that they experienced. And then they had no standardized procedures to manage civil aviation. There was nothing to guide air transport. Everyone flew the way they wanted to. And of course, there were risks with this kind of operation. So this is what the people who operated then experienced, okay? Sorry, I think my... Is the pointer working? Okay, just, all right. All right, so after the disputes, they had to find a solution, okay? And this is when 52 states met and said, we cannot continue operating like this. We need to find a solution, and we need to enhance our operations in the air. And the famous Chicago Convention was formed. all the way in 1944. I know a few of us probably were born then, but speaking for myself, I was not born then. My dad was not born then. Okay, so you can imagine how far along this is. So in 1944, the states met, and 52 nations met, and ICAO was established. Okay. What was the role of ICAO? Basically is to resolve those conflicts that were experienced during World War I. One of them, to avoid conflicts in the airspace, protect passenger safety, coordinate the airspace. And how does ICAO do this? By just having standardized procedures or guidelines for different operators, okay? So from ICAO, what happens? We have, so from the Chicago Convention, the 52 states wrote down what they wanted. Probably from today's meeting, it was an agenda. So they had 96 articles, okay? One of the most common article is Article 1. What does it talk about? Article 1 is sovereignty of state, okay? So, and let me just go back a little bit. Kenya became or ratified the Chicago Convention in 1944. However, at that time, Kenya was a British colony, okay? So after we got our independence in 1963, we ratified the Chicago Convention in 1964. So we are a contracting state, and all articles apply to us, okay? And so Article 1, sovereignty of a state. One of the articles I wanted us to look at, and so basically this slide was just to introduce you to the agenda or what was discussed in the Chicago Convention and the articles, and ICAO's role is to make sure that these articles are implemented. And I want us to go to Article 37. Okay, so there are 96 of them. If you just Google, you can access all of them. But Article 37, because of today's theme, is of importance to us. Remember, I said Kenya is a contracting state, and I'll just read verbatim because I want us to make sure we all understand what this article requires us to do. So it says each contracting state undertakes to collaborate in securing the highest practicable degree of conformity in regulations, standards, procedures, and organization in relation to aircraft, personnel, airways, and auxiliary services in all matters in which such uniformity will facilitate and improve air navigation. So that is what Kenya, as a contracting state, has committed to do. Okay? So as I'd mentioned, so, and how does Kenya achieve that? Kenya achieves that commitment or that obligation through the regulator. And so that is how we come in. The Kenya Civil Aviation Authority is a designated authority or regulator to make sure that that obligation is met. Our mandate: plan, develop, manage, regulate, and operate a safe, economically sustainable, and efficient civil aviation system in Kenya. So that is our mandate. We can go to our vision, or our vision is to be a superior, safe, secure, and sustainable civil aviation system. So guided from the article, we have a vision. We want to make sure that we are safe and we are growing, okay? Our mission: economically and efficiently plan, develop, manage, and regulate a modern and secure civil aviation industry while delivering quality training and air navigation services. So that is the mission, vision, that is the foundation that the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority has been established. So building blocks, I know DASA mentions a bit about this, so I'll briefly go through our building blocks, and this is guidance from ICAO, okay? And I need to say, right now, ICAO has over 190 contracting states. So there's a lot of wealth of knowledge that comes from the different states before anything has been published by ICAO. So for us to establish or to meet the vision, the mission, we have said, ICAO has given some guidelines. And if you see what we have on the blue, that is called establishment as per ICAO. So CA1, as DASA had said, that is, from ICAO, we'll have it as the primary aviation legislation. In Kenya, we call it the Civil Aviation Act. That is what establishes the regulator and defines the roles of each, the DG, the board of directors. So that's the establishment. And then we'll have CE2, which are the regulations that we use, the commonly known civil aviation, air operator and certification regulations, the civil aviation, airworthiness regulations, personnel licensing, and so on. We have over 30. Then CE3, we have the state system functions. Basically, how is a civil aviation authority established? What does the structure look like? Who are the inspectors? Are they qualified? Do they meet the requirements that ICAO has guided? CE4, qualified technical personnel. The expectation of ICAO is when the CAA employees inspectors, the inspectors are equipped to be able to oversight you. Last but not least, we have CE5, which is a technical guidance material that before any job is done, the inspector and the operator has adequate information and tools to be able to accomplish the activity that is envisioned. Okay? Then we have the orange, that's the implementation building block. This is where now we start interacting with you. So establishment will interact with you mostly during stakeholder, the Civil Aviation Act, but you can see most of the critical elements are done outside before we actually start interacting with you. Then CA6 is implementation, and I know CA6 has gotten a lot of states in trouble because if I issue a license that does not meet ICAO requirements, then that means there was something wrong with this building block, okay? And there are consequences to not meeting the requirements of CE6. CE7, our surveillance obligations. So basically the scheduled inspections that we conduct, we have ad hoc special audits. That's the CAA obligation, part of the implementation. And CE8, last but not least, resolution of safety issues. So our obligation is to ensure that if we pick any concern from any operator, that issue is resolved. In an event, we raise findings, give and request you for a corrective action plan. If you do not commit to that corrective action plan, it gets us in trouble. And with respect to safety, what happens? We also end up increasing the risk that had been caused by lack of implementing that requirement. So operator responsibilities, what do we do? What is our role? Now the CA, we've already, remember from our forefathers, so now we've come to ICAO, we've come to regulator. So let's see, for an AOC holder, what is your role in this ecosystem? So once we have we're established and we've certificated you, one of your role is to make sure that you maintain your valid AOC certificate. What does that look like? It's as simple as living or putting into practice your approved procedures, training your personnel, your SMS, proactively identifying your risks and taking mitigation measures, ensuring that continued airworthiness information is accessed, ensuring that your aircraft is maintained in accordance with approved maintenance programs, and most importantly, with updated data from your manufacturer. Okay, so that's the operator's responsibility, ensuring that we train our personnel in accordance with ICAO standards. We approve your training programs, ensure that competent training, theory, practical, and experience is done as per the standard. And basically, in a nutshell, that's what we're saying here, making sure that we meet the requirement. We can go to the next. Okay, for AMOs, my favorite place. Yeah. So for your AMO, first, maintaining a valid, that was an AMO certificate. So maintaining your AMO certificate, but most importantly, why the AOC is there is because we wear two hats, okay? We maintain an operator's aircraft, and this aircraft, the responsibility for airworthiness of an aircraft is the operators or the owner from the annexes, okay? But they entrust us with this. It's like taking your car to the garage. You trust that the mechanic will do a good job. So our role to make sure that we support these operators is to ensure that we maintain this aircraft in accordance with their maintenance system. And their systems, we approve their systems in the maintenance control manual that tells us what's the schedule, how do they handle their defects, their logbooks. So we also support the maintenance of this air operator, and of course ensuring that the aircraft is airworthy. By the time the operator is bringing the aircraft to me, can I be able to confirm that the data is current, that ADs were accomplished, SBs were accomplished, okay? So my role is not just to remove and replace the wheel. I have a bigger picture of this aircraft. If I find a defect, what do I do with it? Do I know how to handle or what the procedures of this operator say? If I find a defect on this aircraft, how do I handle it? If I find something reportable, what happens? Okay, at what point do I say this is a reportable occurrence or this is something I can fix and go? Okay. Maintenance organizations implementing SMS, fatigue management, identifying, and I know, and I'm as guilty as charged. Engineers are fixers. We see something wrong and we fix. But if it failed, it means it will fail another day, okay? And so, when it comes to implementation of SMS, it's a proactive way of preventing something from happening. So if I see and fix, let's report, so that we make sure mitigation measures are being undertaken and make sure nothing happens again, so that whatever incident happened does not repeat itself. Training organizations, maintaining your certificate valid by just observing what was approved, and most importantly, delivering an ICAO approved curriculum. And basically what that means, that the people you train must be competent by the time they leave your training organizations. And how do you assess competence? That you are able to impact knowledge, skill, and attitude changed. So that's how you assess whether your training is effective. So the training curriculums, the training programs that we approve, let's enhance and make sure they meet the 3 elements. Airport authority, ensure safe infrastructure. So these are our obligations. Search and rescue, and I know for operators, one of the requirements we have from you is that make sure you update your ELT data. And this is to support our search and rescue team. So we all coexist as an ecosystem. So sometimes you'll think, why do they need my data for ELT during a COV renewal? It could not be related, but our colleagues will require the information during or in an event of an accident. Okay, so we can go. Of course, we have the air navigation service providers. So this is just a summary. Remember when we read our mandate, it's just a summary to paint a picture of the whole CAA and our responsibilities. So, and of course, for our air navigation services, maintain a safe airspace and also implement the famous Global Air Navigation Plan. We have our ground handlers. Their role is to make sure they safely operate the equipment in the ramp. And now I will move from ICAO, okay? I'll move from the regulatory hat and talk to you about something that I'm very passionate about, okay? So, and this is my feminine side talking, my nurturing side talking. This is my call to you, okay? To invest in the young people. I'll tell you, Kenya is training a lot of young people, but the hardest thing to get is attachment for these children. And there are many, and they will not graduate until they're attached, okay? So this is my call to you, to invest in these young people by offering them internships and attachments. Please open your organization. I am a testament, thank you to Superior. I also really tarmacked, looking for attachment. I changed from being an avionics trainee to ANC because I could not just find a place to be attached. And so there is a huge struggle. And if I was not given an opportunity, I would not be here today. So please open your organizations. We have more children looking for attachment. So what do you need to do? Offer attachment, mentor, guide young people. And I'll tell you, one of the boys' schools I go to, the other day, they were struggling to get men. And this is a challenge to the men. The women already have gone through their journey. They have people who hold their hands. Who's holding the boy child? So this is a challenge to you. Please hold the boy and the girl child. Build a healthy nation so that we're able to enhance safety, grow together as human beings. We will come to this. We will have a session where we will have questions and answers. Next. Okay? And as I conclude, there's a wise man who once said, if you get your past, you forfeit your future, but don't dwell in it. And to emphasize that why you don't dwell, because you'll probably make the same mistakes. If you stay there, you'll get stuck. But if you forget it, you will repeat the same mistakes the other guys made, and the consequences will be the same. So let's learn from the experience of our forefathers and make aviation better. So as we conclude, let's remember that the aviation industry is built on continuous learning. The regulatory framework And our shared responsibility exists not just because of our past challenges, but to guide us towards a safer, more resilient future. So thank you very much. Have a good day. Please, let's applaud Madam Penina. That's a beautiful, beautiful presentation that has laid a good foundation towards our engagement today. I have one or two announcements before I give the mic to Manager Awareness to proceed with another presentation. There is a vehicle, KDR 174X. The owner of that vehicle has left the window open. Maybe you could give it attention. KDR 174X. Also, another announcement is we have a paper going round. Please kindly record your name. This is for refreshment and lunch. The hotel wants to know the numbers for planning purposes. That's it. Please, let's continue engaging.
Thank you. Thank you, Penina. Thank you, Mercy. Now we've done an introduction of the whole framework of aviation back to the 1944 up to today. We have already noted the CA requirements and the CA mandate. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will be discussing this way. I'm going to project few certificates that are done from the airworthiness side. And after I finish a section, we will give you people a chance to say what you want to say. I did say positive or negative. It doesn't matter what you want to say. I did say that we are involving you to ensure that you are satisfied. Now, we got one certificate called Certificate of Registration. This is the first certificate, or rather this is the birth certificate of this aircraft when it comes to Nairobi. And so we've got challenges that we face as the CA. One of the things is application that we receive without proper documentation or incomplete documentation. You find that a number of operators, maybe not in this house, but a number of operators will go out there. They will go and get a very old aircraft, DC something, or some aircraft somewhere. And this aircraft does not have any history of its airworthiness and no storage records. Not long ago, we received an application for an aircraft that has been sitting at Jomo for since 2014. Is it 2014, Bernard Richard? 20-something. So it's above 10 years on ground here. It's at Jomo. And so where do you want the CA to start from? This aircraft is not under storage. No deregistration or export certificate because it has been deregistered long back because maybe the owner had an issue. Maybe the aircraft I'm talking about is not at Jomo, but is another airport somewhere in Sri Lanka or in Moravia. And so it happens that now you want us to register this aircraft. There is no training for the CA inspectors or their own people. So this person is applying for an aircraft to be registered. He has not trained anyone, neither themselves, nor the pilots, not even the CA. So you want this aircraft to be registered. How is it going to operate in Kenya? From your side as an AOC holder, the AMO, and how do you want it to have a safe operations? Remember, we're talking about a collaborative way of doing things, whereby you have not even told the CA that you want to buy an aircraft of this type. And so, because you have the aspect of commercial, and so you've already bought the aircraft, so you will put pressure on the CA that, guys, I've already spent money, I have business in Somali, and I need my COR as of tomorrow. So we will talk about that from your side, so that you can tell us what do you
what could you wish the CA to do on a scenario like that? The next one is even the application form. We have applications at the CA. Somebody applies for a COVR issue. Even the form itself is not correctly filled. There is the owner, there is the applicant. And a number of us, we have an aspect called status quo. In other words, we registered many aircrafts before. The forms were being filled, no one has ever asked this or this and that and that. So it appears to be a new requirement, but these requirements, they're already in actually the old regulations. So we will discuss about that. Now, process of transferring aircraft from state to state and ensuring continuity of oversight and safety compliance. So we got our theme today is collaborate with the CA before you decide to buy an aircraft. Now, the other part is there is complexity of cross-border transfer. When you go and buy an aircraft from state A and you want to bring it to Kenya, now there comes an issue of exporting from one state to the other where there is no oversight capabilities. In other words, that state already deregistered the aircraft. In Kenya, there is no training, and so who will do the oversight of that aircraft? Number two is going to buy an aircraft that has been banned from that state. For example, you bring in an aircraft to Kenya, and this aircraft has been banned from where it's coming from. So do you expect now Kenya to be the dubbing site for your aircraft because it has been banned from wherever it's coming from? What do you think? Remember, we will want answers and contributions from your side. Apart from that, because you are so many, you might not be able to tell us everything. You can also write paragraphs. Panari are very generous. They have given you, full scraps. Write whatever you want to write, then we can capture it. Now, the other thing is the aircraft nearing the end of their design life. You will find that you bring on an aircraft, but the OEM has said this aircraft has got a lifespan of 70 years, and US is at 67 years. So before you get an AOC, this aircraft is supposed to be buried, and you want to be registered. So we are talking about bringing in an aircraft which is almost retiring. The other thing is certification without full support from the type certificate holder, the OEM. You got so many aircrafts, you find that maybe our colleagues from the AOC side, they will ask questions with regard to continuous airworthiness from this airworthiness side and the support in terms of documentation of this aircraft, including the many books that the pilots will want to use. And the OEM is not supporting this aircraft. So how do you want that aircraft to be registered? Because the next time when it's registered, you will apply for a COV, and then you will say, see, people flight ops, they are also holding me back. So we want to say that when you register your aircraft, then it will operate. Inconsistency implementation of aging aircraft maintenance rule. Most of the OEMs have given what is supposed to be done for an aging aircraft. Most of the OEM, they have said an aircraft after this age, we will have to do extended inspections and other things, but yourselves, you're not doing it, or there is no documentation. Now, import restrictions based on calendar age instead of data-driven airworthiness standards. Ladies and gentlemen, the CAA Kenya is looking into this issue, is under discussion, but in other states, they have imposed. One of the countries that imposed the youngest age is Kuwait. Kuwait is 5 years. So if your aircraft is 5 years, they cannot take it in, or you don't continue to operate. And in some states, 15, 20, and all that. So Kenya, we have not decided, or it has not been decided, or we will discuss with you to determine, is age a factor of safety? So you will tell us, as you will help the CA to make such an informed decision before it goes to others who make other decisions. So ladies and gentlemen, maintenance performed on unregistered aircrafts. We have faced issues where the aircraft is deregistered in state A, and you want to bring that aircraft here, and so now you come to us to tell us, you want to take your engineers to maintain this aircraft, and it's not registered, without recognizing that the aircraft, the engineers are only approved to sign off an aircraft which is 5Y. So now how do you go about such kind of maintenance? We will discuss that. But ladies and gentlemen, importantly is you have to ensure that before you decide to buy an aircraft, do what? Collaborate. Come to the CEA, tell us, I have a DC-3, it's in state X, and we want to purchase that aircraft. How is it going to be in terms of certification and maintenance, both from the airworthiness side and the AOC side? The guys who are on, now I can see my teacher is here for avionics, long back. So, yes, this we will be. Thank you. We'll be going for a break in the next few minutes, so don't you worry. And a number of you came late. So we are talking about cross-border. Now, this is the situation here. What happens once a registration of an aircraft is surrendered? What we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen, is registering or buying an aircraft which is not registered. Let me use the word in quotes, stateless. So what happens in that aircraft? It means, A, they lack the regulatory oversight by the state of registry. Calls the aircraft continued in question. In other words, that aircraft will not have continuing airworthiness. It cannot be determined. Number two, because the aircraft is on ground, it doesn't have a mother or a father, it's not registered, that means it's not being maintained in accordance to the OEM requirement. So the certification process and airworthiness determination becomes a challenge to us. So what is important for us to do is to ensure a collaboration with the CAA so that you'll be able to be told, guys, this aircraft is not registered anywhere in the world. It means its airworthiness cannot be determined. Because the next question the CAA will ask you, give us the documentation of this aircraft, give us back-to-birth documentation, which you will not be able to provide. And because you are a business-minded person, which is very good, you will be singing to the DG, the DASA, and anyone else whom you know in the government of Kenya that have already bought an aircraft, but the CAA have done what? Have refused to give me the documentation. Collaborating with the CAA in the first hand is very important, because if you did a collaborative talk with the CAA before going to, I don't know, state X, then that could be okay. Solution. What is the solution? You see, sometimes I teach and I've projected. What is the solution? Before and during. X-ray Bravo Tango is cross-border transfer. So the collaboration goes like this, that at the end of the day, when you come, then now you can hold the CAA responsible, that, you know, guys, we came, and you told us it is okay. That's what I normally tell our colleagues in the office. If an operator comes to the CAA and he asks a question, I want to register my aircraft, don't stop at registration. Go ahead, COV, AOC. And so, to a point that they are going to do what? To operate. Because when you register the aircraft, it means we have already accepted the aircraft. And then you start back and forth. Oh, why then did you register? The first question is, why then did you buy it? Because when you decide to buy, it means you're coming to operate. You know how many millions is that aircraft? It's sitting on the ground. But did you come to us in the first place? Solution? Collaborate. Cross-border transfer continues like this. What is the issue with the aircraft without registration? This is one of the things that we're really facing. That, you know, this aircraft, it was going to Moyale, a state called Moyale, and so Moyale, it's okay, then they don't need export COV, they don't need the ABCD. So now, but because of there's a war in that state, they diverted back. Or KA decides to sell an aircraft that somebody had parked here several years ago, because you got few millions, you go and purchase that one. And then now you come to us, you know, guys, it's already here. And I have already a contract, UN contract. So, man, it's difficult for us to help you at that point, because you did not tell us of your plan. And then we tell you, no, don't buy that one. The mother died. You know, the mother died. The OEM stopped supporting them. And so if you buy, you'll not be able to do it, to operate. So ladies and gentlemen, performing maintenance on work on an aircraft where the future state is unknown. Number two, assessing the airworthiness state of the aircraft without registration. Remember, as the inspectors, we are guided by the law. And so you cannot go inspect an aircraft which does not have a state. Even those who do something called wet list. The CA, if we come there and do an inspection on that aircraft, whom do you think we give the findings? We're supposed to receive the findings of an aircraft that is not registered in Kenya. You will find out. Number three, lack of specific regulatory airworthiness framework. Then lack of a methodology to allow or accept maintenance work performed on an aircraft without a registration. In the first place, an aircraft that does not have a registration, do you think maintenance should be done on it? Yes or no? No. Next time, when you want to buy an aircraft which is not registered, think the maintenance is no. So before you buy, think of this word, no. And so, we will stop there for the aircraft certificate of registration. And so, we'll be going for break in the next 10 minutes. Because we're aviators, we took off late, and so we want to finish earlier. The landing will be on time, but take off late. Jemo will tell us now, ongeza mafuta. Now, this is a story like this. We got 10 minutes. I want somebody to tell us what are the challenges, what they think they need to do about this. And this is how we're going to do. One certificate after the other. Ladies and gentlemen, we got 10 minutes.
Raise your hand.
Yeah. If you faced a challenge before, the CA told you go register, you applied, you did not sign, you came and they told you you have to sign, they told you no, this has been happening like this. You know, Inspector so-and-so signed it off. Please raise your hand. We said, Madam Dasa mentioned it's an open discussion. And we don't want the CA to talk only. Even say you guys, you take too long to register an aircraft. Yes. So we're assuming there is no issue on COR.
The question is not very clear.
The question is, say anything you want to say about certificate of registration. If you have a question, you have a comment, you have a subtraction, a concern, improvement, say it. Anything to do of COR, either its application or anything.
Okay, we have the first person here.
Thank you. My name is Oport. Mine is one which is what not you have talked about. It's a very strange one. It's to do with deregistration. I know all the requirements for deregistration. One of the most critical one is the person requesting deregistration has got to be the registered owner. Now, we've got some aircraft lying here whose owners no longer exist, and yet we want them deregistered. How do we go about that? I think the regulation currently is not sufficient. Actually, it leaves a gray area. And I know I have sent a proposal to have the new registration regulations amended to add something. If you are going to deregister an aircraft whose owner is no longer in existence, what do we do? Attached to that,
let's go step by step so that we capture it correctly. Our inspectors are doing that capturing. The first question is, you are deregistering as who?
You are deregistering as the person who has custody at that point. In this case, let's say you bought property, including the aircraft or derelict aircraft, and the owner is no longer there.
Okay, that is captured. So the owner is no longer there. Does it have a state?
It's got a state, of course.
Okay.
You want to be registered.
All right. Madam Dasa wants to.
That's a good one, engineer. Like Techno. Do you know Techno aircraft?
You see it?
Yeah, that's a very good example for all of us. Techno is a roundabout. If it is on Kenyan register, nobody has removed it, and you want to buy it, so you buy property, everything. The regulation in nationality and the registration mark regulations first is where we start. You remember Penina's presentation? What has the state provided for who is the applicant for the registration in this case? Because you bought it, you want to take it and register. Then the regulation talks about the owner or that person designated by the owner in writing. It stops there. Now it's upon us as a state again to go further and say, if the owner of Techno is dead, I'm sorry if the owner is here, you are not dead. I'm just using an example. So if the owner is dead and is not available, or they ran away, exiled, they are not even available, then it means your question is valid. We will pick it, we go sit back, and we look at the applicants and expand and see what other states are doing. Is that okay, Fred?
It's okay.
Yeah, because
I've been sitting with that problem for the last 5 years.
Okay.
So, but I don't want it resolved.
Yeah. It is the applicant who are going to expand beyond the owner.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Dasa.
Yeah, so because you have been sitting with it for the last 5 years, over 5 years, so by that time when you were applying, we didn't have a system. So tomorrow or this afternoon, apply, let it come to their witness. We will have a look, we will decide on how to go about it. But we're just assuming that when you're buying that aircraft, you have some legal documentation attached to it. And whoever sold it to you, they must have why, took custody and everything. So you bring all the documents you have, we will give you an answer.
You had another question?
Yes, the second one.
Now you have confused me. What was it?
When you remember, you tell us.
When I remember.
Yes.
We have one more. Let's just take one more because we have about 4 minutes. Okay, my question is about the language barriers, because not every country is an English-speaking nation. So we get to have an export certificate that I now present to KCA that maybe is in Portuguese, is in French, which the authority will reject and have me translate. So likewise, if we were to send our own export certificate to another nation that's in English, but they don't speak English, how do we account for that difference in language barriers?
Thank you. Inspector John will handle that. But remember, the requirement and the ICAO requirement is if the language cannot be understood, it must be translated to a proper language for the state, the future state. Yes, Brother John.
Annex 7, the new amendment has mandated that all states, whether they are speaking in English or any other language, the DRAGE has been standardized to one format. Now it's a certificate, and you must translate into English. But for those that we have had submitted to us before, we will always refer you to those who have done that particular language to go and do a translation. But in all cases, we have offered a solution for that.
Yeah, thank you so much. Remember, when you do the translation of language, ladies and gentlemen, don't go to a French school in town and then you bring a translation from, what is that school in town called where you normally go? Yes, that one. Then now you go there and then you bring that document to us, we will not accept it. Are we together? Yes, if it's wrong, it's wrong. So the translation, if it's in Portuguese, there is a process for you to go either through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs or something to be authenticated and to be signed by a person who is approved to do that language translation. So don't go to Alliance Française, then now you tell us they have already translated this is the French version of this certificate. That will not be accepted, ladies and gentlemen. What we are saying is we got 2 minutes into break time. What we want to say is when you want to buy your aircraft, ladies and gentlemen, you have to ensure that that aircraft will operate in Kenya. So read the regulation properly. Many people have come to the Office of Airworthiness, and the applicant are signed as both the owner and the applicant. Are we together? Then the owner is somewhere in where? Can everybody mention where they buy the aircraft from? From where? That one. So, yes. So now the owner is somewhere there. Now you want to sign for the owner, and then you sign as the applicant. And then you tell us, you know what, we are the operators. The regulatory requirement is the owner to sign part 1, the applicant to sign part 2. But you don't sign unless you have got authority written from the owner. So it's a very simple process. But I saw most of you apply, and then they bring that application with the accountable manager. Let me see accountable manager in the house. Okay, then not accountable manager. The head of quality, they have signed as the owner of the aircraft. They have also signed as the applicant. Then they say, how many aircrafts have we registered? That requirement is on the 2018 regulation, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing has changed at the airworthiness, but remember we are doing enhancing aviation safety through collaborative operations. So we stop there.
No, I think let's just take one last one. There's a pressing matter. Just last one. Oh, it's not really pressing. Hi, my name is Brenda. Mine is on registration and airworthiness together. So normally you come in brand new aircraft, you get it registered, separate inspection, then we do another one, same paperwork. Yeah, so if maybe you can find a solution to make it seamless. I know it's not the same for different categories. Maybe the larger ones get a better a seamless procedure for this. But yeah, I get a brand new aircraft. I have to do 2 separate inspections, which will be separated by about 2 weeks. So same thing, I've got 2 weeks on ground, and I have all my paperwork.
Yeah, let me take that one because it's more of administrative, and I will give it to Madam Dasa. I took and I passed it on.
Thank you, Brenda. That is public service and customer care, which we are going to improve on in this manner. Technically, ICAO requires states to inspect the aircraft for registration, inspect the aircraft for COV issue, renewal, inspect the aircraft for Air Operator Certification, AOC. That is number 1, it's a requirement. So 3 inspections on one equipment. So now it's for us to agree how we can combine, because we are all different here. So option 1 is to provide for inspection 3 times for anybody. There are those who buy and go and sleep and relax. Probably they are doing other things at the background. They come back after 1 month, 2 months. You see, we have to re-inspect again. But you who is very ready, we have those operators, by the way. We do everything in that one sitting. So we will see how to combine that, Brenda. But 3 inspections are required. Then it's us how to implement that requirement. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Dasa. The story is like this. One time we inspected an aircraft in another state in 2022. Are we together? December 2022. Inspection was done for registration. Then this operator disappeared. They came back in 2025. Now they want you to use the inspection that was done in 2022 for you to be able to register that aircraft. And because the aircraft is outside the state, then you use the same inspection to issue a COA. Can people say, is it a yes or a no? Now, the situation here is, we are working, as Madam has said, to see then how soon do you apply for your COVR and for your COV, and where is this aircraft? What are the documentation? When I'll go next after break, I will tell you a scenario whereby some operators upload blank papers. Are we together? Remember when you are applying for a COV or AMO or something, they have requirements for you, mandatory requirements. And what happens is, because if you don't upload one document, then the system will not accept you to proceed. And so you get a blank paper and you write there, CRS to follow. Then you upload that one. Now the system will do what? Will accept, then you go ahead, then the inspector will return it to you. And then you start wondering. And then you'll come and call someone somewhere, tell them, see, when I apply in January, the CRS was missing, the aircraft was on jacks. You are waiting for an engine from I don't know where. So 3 months down the line, your aircraft is still not ready for registration. But according to you, status, not the real status, some other status somewhere, they know that they are sitting with your COVR. So ladies and gentlemen, we welcome Mercy to tell us about break. Please don't go, because we got all the certificates for the airworthiness we will discuss. Go look for questions as you talk outside there, then come with the questions, your concerns, positives and negative.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you for that. This is a beautiful session. Can you agree on that? Because you can ask a question and you get instant answers. We are being open with each other. You ask whatever problems you have. We will also tell you our challenges as authority. By the end of the session, I think we will have a concurrence and the easiest way for both the stakeholders and the authority. Now, it's time for food. Who loves food? Good. We have some refreshment outside, and how it will work is people on that side will go through that door. People on this side will go through this door. Outside on your right, we have a station that some people will walk on the other side, the others this side. This station there is one way, that is two-way. Okay? Then find a place to sit. In case you don't get a comfortable place out there, you can walk in with your refreshment. We prayed in the morning, so it's still blessed. We prayed for everything. Well, we prayed for lunch, okay? Please, we will have a break of about 20 minutes because we are running behind schedule again. We want to go for a break 10:45. Right now it's 10:51. We should be back by 11:15. Quarter past 11, so it's a quick break. Feel free, you're released. You're taking a break officially.
Away from this, we have engineers. Let me see. YKC holders in the house. Let me see. They come to the CA, they do the exam. Are you guys listening? They do the exam. Then they fail. Then they don't go home to tell their managers that, you know what, I failed my exam. So what do? They rotate around town with their failed results in their pockets, are waiting to finish 90 days so that they come and redo the examination. KCA, when it comes to do another, or rather head of quality, head of safety, they do the same. They apply late, they don't submit the documents on time. Then when they go home, they don't even tell their managers that they have not applied. Then the last day, when the COA is expected, and the documents they have been lying in airworthiness or flight operations, the chairman does not know the true story, that there is a document airworthiness is waiting. The chairman calls the DG, calls DASA, they want even to call somewhere else, purporting that, you know what time we applied 1 month ago. Without remembering, we have data that they just applied that day in the morning. So ladies and gentlemen, timely application before you start calling. Are we together, ladies and gentlemen? Timely application. There is something in the Constitution of Kenya called integrity. If you applied late, just say, I applied late, how can the CA facilitate? Don't lie to your CEOs and your managers, the chairman, that you know what, we are waiting for the CA, yet the information it's not correct. Then when the managers and the directors call, my managers, they are also busy. They also don't know when they applied. The story in the world will be efficiency and effectiveness of the authority is in. You come to the scene for the inspector to come. Then the inspector comes, the some of you have ever called an inspector, ready for inspection. Submit the correct documentation for us to be able to help you as you require. The other COA that we're talking about is a special flight permit. There is misuse of this document. This document you apply, but even during the application of the COA, you got several forms that are supposed to be filled. Those forms, you know them. A lot of information is requested, but none of you normally complete those forms correctly. Then we start a back and forth. Who was signed? That one sorted. Now, modifications. You don't want even to say an aircraft went through a modification and you have assumed that page is blank. Then you come and apply for a special flight permit without even giving the situation. The aircraft is somewhere in Sudan, it had an incident. You are applying for a special flight permit to fly, ferry an aircraft back home, and under the form there is a place saying what? Hello? That form. There is a condition that you are required to say limitations. You are applying that this aircraft you want to fly from Chad to Nairobi unpressurized. But you have not even indicated to the CA that you have a hole on your aircraft. You are thinking if you say the CA might not give you the special flight permit. Sometimes you request for a special flight permit and you do commercial business using this special flight permit. There is a case going on for one aircraft which had an accident in a situation like that. Doing commercial with a special flight permit. It's called the misuse of CA documentation. It is your responsibility to ensure that when you temporarily lose the airworthiness of the aircraft, that could be either you have not done correct maintenance. In other words, there are situations where we have done inspections and you find the ANP is not updated. And they'll tell you, normally we access these things where? A lot of people say, how do you normally say? We access them? Okay, maybe the PA is not working. Can I see if you can hear me by raising your hand? Let's see if you can hear me by raising your hand. Okay, now, the requirement of a COV or continuing airworthiness of an aircraft, there is a requirement for you to ensure that the aircraft has been maintained in accordance to and approved. So when you tell us, you access it online, does the CA approve those documents online? That is lack of collaboration. Maintenance programs outdated. Maintenance program includes the one for the propeller, the engine, and all associated things that are attached to that aircraft. Presence of damage. When you lose it due to damage, then how do you go about it returning back to serviceability? Somebody in Mombasa sends a WhatsApp that, we had an aircraft that went into Snake Park. How many of you know Snake Park? They call it Snake Park. Do you know Snake Park? Yeah. Those like me who grew early, we used to say Snack Park. Yes, that on landing, your aircraft went into, where the snakes grow, in that side. Then now, you are sending us photos that, we had a damage, and now we want to go back to service on WhatsApp. That's not legal. The other process is communication and providing all information. You want to say that your aircraft had a damage, but you have not done proper assessment of the damage, that you've said you have repaired. You have repaired in accordance to who? Was it covered still under the SRM? Or did you get an what do you call it? Different people call it differently. Somewhere we used to call it engineering order. So how do you go about repairing these aircrafts? So ladies and gentlemen, I will stop there for now. I want to have a discussion about the COV. There are many, many documents that we normally require for you to be given a COV. If you think these documents are so much, tell us which one and why. I'm just giving an example of a document that maybe you think it should not be there. You say and you give a reason. Remember, we are talking about collaborative issues, and we also want to ensure that if it is a personal issue that does not have any issue to do with the COV, remember, it's open discussion, collaborative. Say anything. We are not taking notes. We don't know your company.
Hi, my name is Uzefa. There's two documents on the initial COV. One is the radio license, which will not be granted a radio license without having a COV, and this is initial COV. The second one is electrical load analysis. I have an email from one of from the aircraft we operate saying that that's a guarded secret for the electrical load analysis, and we had to really convince them to send us so we could upload it for the COV issuance.
Okay, so one question is administrative, the other one is technical. So let me handle the administrative one. We have sorted the issue between the Communication Authority of Kenya and the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority with the issue of the chicken and the egg, because they ask for the COV and we ask for the radio license. So somebody must go first. So we have a solution to that by using the forms. And some of that one is sorted. We will...
will not be a requirement for COV issue, but then it's a requirement for flight. If you look at certificates to be carried on board in operation of aircraft regulation, so we want to leave it at that, so that we will be communicating officially through that guidance material where you will be mandatory required information that radio station license will not be, but for flying you will need it. Yeah, and we have a signed contract with the CAK and KCA already stipulating the same, so we will comply.
She comes straight. Now, this is the story you're talking about. So that one is sorted, a direct answer. The requirement is like this. Where are those my inspectors who will pick craft? Who is to give you an aircraft? He should give you all the document, all the technical documents involving that aircraft. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are talking about a collaborative operations that includes the OEM and the CA So if the OEM tells you they cannot give you that information, that is not a proper OEM. Tell us, collaborate with us, we will write to them the specs of this aircraft if they cannot provide, especially if it's an aircraft of the first type of its own. So that is a technical requirement. Second? Oh. I thought they were contributing.
I just wanted to add.
Yes.
Actually, even that aircraft will have to be maintained here. So how is that operator going to do those electrical things that require power and so it must be available.
Yeah.
Must avail it.
Yeah, thank you. When it's technical, it's technical. When a requirement is technical based, it is a mandatory requirement. If you have an issue with your OEM or whoever is selling you the aircraft, collaborate with us. Come tell us, we are buying an aircraft from manufacturer X, and they are not willing to give us this documentation, provided they have not closed down. They have a regulator where they are manufacturing the aircraft. The regulator, Kenya, will write to them and will sort your issue. So I think that question is answered. Yes. Oh, yeah, let's go that side. If you have a question, if you have a lot of stories and you have a language problem, document. CA, I heard they have people who interpret.
Thank you very much. Githai Moneki is my name. On the onset, just commend you because we've had some improvement with airworthiness over the last years, so it's commendable. However, we are not where we should be. So number one is from the operator side, this I've seen it over several instances, is this lack of a consistency on the interpretation on various checklists or requirements for the grant of COV by various inspectors. So this is something that you as a department, probably in working together with legal, should address, because you can see a checklist or requirement for grant of a COV for a certain aircraft. The way Inspector X will look at it, they may not see. They may waive even some of the requirements within those requirements, and then Inspector Y, without mentioning name, will even add something that is not in the list. I can tell you, COVs I've handled 6 times, and I can tell you what Inspector A said we did. Then the next year, another inspector came, they added something else. The next year, another inspector came, they removed something. So there's a complete lack of consistency from you as a department, that the way the inspectors look at things is not the same. So I think it's also fair that since we are in a collaborative effect, it is both ways. The delays that we have and the challenges we have regarding specifically COVs, it's a two-phased approach. Operators, yes, we have our issues, but have we been working on them? Yes, we have. In the last few years, you can also attest that there's an improvement. But also within the department, there's still a lot of work to be done. Your training and the lack of consistency between inspectors. I can tell you there are times you bring a COV renewal, and you hope it will be handled by that guy and not that other guy, because you know that guy will look at it differently. So I don't want to mention names, but mkienda nyuma ya tent, that is the issue. There's a lack of consistency between how inspectors look at it. That's number one. Number two is HR. What is a handover process? Because when you apply for something to the department, you expect that it be handled continuously. And sometimes there's a challenge in that maybe the person who was handling it before got an issue or was taken for another training. So when you do a follow-up, you find that movement on who inspected and who checked, so that also brings delays. Okay, and that is nothing on our side, because we can't be having moles inside the department knowing that your COV was let's say classic case, the inspection was done by this person, and then when that person finished the inspection, they brought it, and then they were sent for another training. So that gap, you should have some quality way to be looking at that gap. And then 3, you've touched on a very sensitive issue of integrity. And integrity, yes, on the operator side, concerns have been there. But over a period of time, the quality has really improved, and you can even see I looked at the last 3 years, the number of AMOs has actually reduced, meaning some of them who looked at the requirements maybe were too high, were shaved off. But when you're talking of integrity, it is 2 ways. The same way we'll talk about integrity, I have a black book on the integrity of your inspectors. You know, this is something you know. This is something that even some of it has been litigated in courts. Some of it is, us as operators, we know. Some of it is in the black book of your HR department. You know you've taken certain actions against your inspectors. So without mentioning any name, whenever you mention integrity, it is a true double-edged sword. There are concerns on our side, and equally there are concerns on your side. So when we work on it, we focus on integrity, yes, but it is both ways. And please note, when the integrity concerns is on the KCA side, the damage is worse. Because if it is an integrity side on one operator, it means only his operations and his aircraft are affected. But when we have an integrity concern on an inspector side, it means all of us are affected. It means it's a cancer. So when we're talking of integrity, number 1 is KCA, not us. Let's start from there, because the damage there is much bigger. One inspector could be inspecting 20, 30, 40, 50 aircraft. So if he has integrity concerns, it means how many aircraft are affected? How many? Yeah. But if it is a quality inspector who is with an operator here, he operates 2 caravans, and let's give it to you, he's a rotten potato. 2 caravans are affected. So it is integrity, it is both sides. Let's work together. Let's have a non-punitive way of reporting, and you take action. And we will move this industry better, and we'll be in a much better place. Gidhamoneki again, AATO.
Okay, shukran. Remember, we did say that you are giving both positive and negative. Okay, we are here to pick both criticism, because for you to be able to grow well, you don't need to be told you're doing well. Thank you for the point. So point number 1 was about standardization. Number 2 was about handover. Number 3 was about integrity. Just in summary, those are administrative issues, and we will handle them. What we are saying is, if there is an inspector whom you feel that maybe that document should be the one to handle, then there is a problem. Can it be 2-way? Hello, hello. If you apply and you are thinking so and so should should handle your application, is it also a problem 2-way? Yes. There is something in the Constitution of Kenya which says about the rule of law. The rule of law in the Constitution of Kenya talks about it should be applied across the board. Whoever is applying, they should use the same documentation, especially for an inspector to change lower. I think I will only mention, for those who are increasing the requirements, they are actually doing safety. Okay, but those who are lowering the expectations, then those should be questioned. That is administrative, we will handle it. There are 3. I've mentioned about integrity. Number 3, handover. The handover issue, we will try to handle it, but if Inspector X came to do your inspections, then you come to the office and find Inspector Y is doing your documentation, that is not an issue. The issue is, how was the handover done? Is he asking different information or something like that, so that we will be able to sort. And the DG mentioned here that there is an automation system that is coming up, which will improve some of these things.
Yeah, we have another question, Manager Worthiness. But as I walk to the participant who has a question, to re-emphasize to the stakeholders, the authority has a framework
If you feel there are integrity issues or any other concern, we have consumer protection, we have the Director General's office. So any issue can be resolved instantly, and the channels are open.
All right, Mercy, just before the next question, maybe Madam Dasa wants to mention something about these 3 administrative issues, or we'll handle them in the office.
Yes, let the director also, it's a touchy issue.
Thank you, Manager. I think you've done very well on the handover, the coordination well within the department. That one we leave it to you. But the integrity touches on all of us. And we want to confirm that if we remember what Penina was showing us, where we had critical element number 7, surveillance, there is a place for whistleblower in there. So we are all whistleblowers, including myself. If I feel that this inspector is touching my toe, that when we were inspecting Safari-Link aircraft, it's just an example, that they did something which was not proper, I have a right to whistleblow. So KCA has a policy on whistleblowing, support from our directors of the board. And this whistleblowing policy, I want to believe we will be sharing with the industry so that you see what the policy has for the state. It includes all of us. So whistleblowing is there. Maybe the other thing we need to do is from the policy now that has been approved by the board, that we do the guidance on how you can whistleblow. You can text, you can call, you can, all those ways. Thank you very much. Thank you, Manager.
Yeah, thank you, Dasa. Let's pick from there, then next it will be you. As we pick this one, normally what happens is this. The operators also will prefer that inspector who will lower the expectations. Yes or no?
No.
Okay, next question.
Okay, the next question.
The CA, Mayor, all the inspector, all protocol preserved. I think mine is very simple. It's coming from my maintenance organization side, and probably it's just a clarification. But before I go on, I would like to be the devil's advocate. The CA has supported us in terms of fleet addition, inclusion, and certification of the airworthiness functions. The biggest point that probably I would like the operators to take home is a proper management of change. I think we are struggling between a rock and a hard place with the civil aviation because we don't actually identify all the risks that are affecting our operations, both maintenance and operations, initially before we engage the CA. The CA is calling it collaboration, but our participation in the initial management of change in the identification of risks will reduce our back and forth with the CA and actually reducing the time of the certification processes. So I think it's a take-home that we should actually identify both on the operator side and the civil aviation side. My team from the maintenance side is asking why we perform a test flight for CFA renewal, yet the aircraft is operational. Just your guidance. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. For the issue of the test flight, that one also, we have sorted it internally. So we will be releasing a document on the same. There will be requirements for you to meet. There are also requirements for you to meet in accordance to the OEM requirements. For example, Boeing, they call it airworthiness test flights. It's not a test flight for you to be able to bring the aircraft back to life, because a test flight, which is a manufacturing test flight, it has got serious conditions which Kenya might not meet. Where and how, like if you go to Boeing, it's done in a, you fly, those who have done deliveries, they go that side. And if you have gone deliveries for the Embraers, they also fly to another area, which we don't have in Kenya. So actually, we are working to resolve that issue. We will be releasing a document for that. The only problem is we have operators who also say they have done a test flight, but they have not done. Yes or no? It's not you, so don't worry. We are working on having a situation of Madam Dasa mentioned, revising the requirements of the COV that will include such kind of documents, but with a condition. So you either meet the conditions that will be listed there, or you still submit that kind of documentation. So yes, we are working on that. There will be no such requirements, but integrity should be correct. We will need documentation. How have you been operating the aircraft and all that? So the problem comes, remember when I started on my first slide, I said safety can only be there if we have data. Let me read this one. Point number 2 there. Aviation safety is a collective responsibility, not just for the CA. All stakeholders are expected to play a role, including contributing relevant data and information through safety reporting. So a situation of not having information, be able to confirm. So we will be releasing that, and that will be revised. So that one is answered.
Good morning. Thank you so much for giving me the mic. My observation is exactly in line with the last person who had a question. I took the liberty to take up Annex 8, and I was aware that certain countries do not have the yearly limit of a CFA. And having quickly read up 3.3 of Annex 8, there is no requirement in ICAO in Annex 8 to have a yearly CFA. That CFA document can be renewed on the strength of the continuous airworthiness enterprise. So why is the KCA? I assume you have not an unlimited amount of manpower and resources. Would it not be in the sense of everybody to free resources for Mr. Emile, who is struggling with resources, an inspector, to implement ICAO Annex 8, 3.3 and 3.2.3, 3.3.4, sorry, and implement automatic renewal of the CFA based, according to that document, on the continuous airworthiness. Why do we need to do a test flight? Why do we need to do a static test? Why do we need to do these things which are already covered in the continuous airworthiness program? And why can we not comply with ICAO Annex 8, which allows us to have a continuous airworthiness certificate based on the continuous program we have?
Okay, thank you. Just before you sit, can you read what does the annex say from the first sentence?
Okay, a certificate of airworthiness shall be renewed and shall remain valid, by the way, subject to the laws of state of registry, provided that the state of registry shall require the continuing airworthiness of the aircraft shall be determined by the periodical inspection at appropriate intervals, having regard to lapse of time.
Okay, skip where there is the word some. Some states.
Shall.
No, do you have the word some?
No.
No. But the first line that you read, it said, depending on the regulation of the contracting state.
Manager Awadines, let me read it slowly. Okay. So, I know I missed part of what he was reading. Yes. Apologies for that. 3.2.3 of Annex 8 says, a certificate of airworthiness shall be renewed, or, so there are options, shall remain valid subject to the laws of state of registry, in our case it's Kenya, provided that the state of registry shall require that the continuing airworthiness of the aircraft shall be determined by a periodical inspection at appropriate intervals, having regard to lapse of time and type of service, or alternatively, by means of a system of inspection approved by the state that will produce at least an equivalent result. Some contracting, when an aircraft possessing a valid certificate of airworthiness issued by a contracting state is entered into the register of another contracting state, the new state of registry, when issuing its certificate of airworthiness, may consider the previous COA as satisfactory evidence, in all or in part, that the aircraft complies with the applicable standards of this annex through compliance with the appropriate airworthiness requirements.
Okay, thank you, Mercy. It's good. What was your name again last time?
My name is Christian Strabel.
And you have not changed? Okay. So now this is a situation like this. I salute you for going ahead to read the annex, because a nation that is into reading will be able even to question the CA. Very importantly is, whenever we read these documents, there are some information that is very important for us, for the CA to collaborate and interpret them for you in case there could be a question. Not a misunderstanding, but a question. That's why I was looking for the word some in the annex. Some contracting states. The other statement to underline is situations depending on the law of that state. So ladies and gentlemen, when ICAO gives us a requirement documented in the convention, down to the annex, then down to our regulation, the operator is bound to follow the regulations of the state. Kenya, Article number 1, ICAO Convention, the sovereignty of Kenya requires us to come up with the regulation which the operator is bound to follow. At the moment, we got a regulation that requires that, also in accordance to the annex, periodic inspections, also in accordance to our regulation and our TGMs. So ladies and gentlemen, we agree with you, and I did say that we are reviewing the requirements, including the static test requirements. That could have been done during a scheduled maintenance. Provided you have a documentation on that, we will be looking for such kind of information. We will review that. If you go to Europe and Middle East, they have what is called a certificate of, those people who read, airworthiness review. Very good. So that review is done. They have a system in EASA called what? A CAMO, whereby the engineering side and reliability side, they collaborate, they collect the data, and that information, they used to do a CMR, and normally, especially in most of the Middle East countries, they do it every 4 months, and that validates the COV. In EU and other places, that's where you'll have a certificate of airworthiness which does not expire. The new regulation gives will, I'm not saying may, let me use the word may because it's not approved, there will be extended time for 2 years, assuming that document will be approved. For now, we will review the documents and we will get back to you. My inspectors, John, you want to comment?
Yes, let's have the director.
Okay.
We observe the protocol first.
All right.
Thank you, Nancy. I think somebody said they don't hear me. Can you hear me on that side? I want to support what the manager of airworthiness has said, and I'm thankful for reading Annex 8. But you've asked only one question. The timelines. You see, Kenya in our regulations, manager has said 1 year. Can we read further when you have time to Doc 9760 ICAO? It says states will only do it for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, or unlimited. Kenya chose 1 year. Is that okay? And then when you chose every year, So you look into your Doc 9760, which supports implementation of Annex 8 standards. And then in the draft 2025 regulations, we expect to have them out very soon. We have now gone to 24 months, not 1 year. And I'm hoping next time we'll do the CAMO and do the ACC, Airworthiness Review Certificates. Thank you.
Thank you, Dasa. So these are things which are being cooked. So be patient a little bit. We will serve.
Okay, we can have John say something.
Yes, John.
For the test flight, the question you had asked, that was a very good question. If you can light to us, because I know some of the operators have written to us, give us evidence that you don't need to do it 1 year. And there is always that exemption process in the meantime. Pitot-static and compassing. We know, we are aware, and we are working on it. If you have it in your AMP, whether it's 2 years or 1 year, per the continuous airworthiness, then you don't need to do it. But for those that doesn't have that, then they will have to do it every year.
Yeah, thank you, Inspector.
I think we have one more question. Sorry, let me not.
All right. The last question under COV, because we got other certificates that we need to talk about before. Yes? And before maybe you say something, Because of time and because of the public, if somebody has asked a question, a concern that you have, we request if your question is already answered, you can avoid asking or repeating the same. I'm not questioning those who have already said, but going forward so that we can save on time. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Cliff Mochola. I have 2 straight questions for the team. So, one, during registration, why do we require custom clearance? I think you need to shed some light on that. Why do we need custom clearance during registration? Because generally KRA, that's an obligation between the individual, and in any case, the aircraft should be tax exempt. So what we see is that process of applying for custom clearance, at times it takes even 2 weeks. It takes time. So that time is money. So we need to know about the custom clearance during that application. And the second question I have, during deregistration, we also need a KAA clearance. So one, I think it would be best to know where these requirements are, other than in a checklist, where they documented. Really, that will really assist us. And on the third one, just to echo on Githai, I just have an example of integrity issues. When you do an application and you receive a letter denying that request without stating which regulation or which requirement you did not meet, how are you expected to proceed? Because we have a number of those, and that really also again takes time. So those are the questions I have.
All right, thank you. Before we answer these questions, let me give an administrative requirement for all of us. When we have dealt with a C of R and we have finished, these ones will answer. But when we have already done for that certificate, we will try not to go back. So please, if you have a question on C of A, you ask now. When we go to the AMO, then we will treat your question as a personal question. You write to us and we will answer you as a person. This is to save on time. The other thing that we're going to do is those 3 questions, they are more of administrative. I want to give them to DASA, but remember, we are talking about authorities. This is a government. We have a government called, one drop goes to Kenya Revenue Authority. Another one, as you clearly said, Kenya Airports Authority. Another one goes to Kenya Civil Aviation Authorities. So we work for one person. And so we protect each other's, can you say interest? So, yes.
I think that is sufficient. We work for one government.
No, Dasa wants to say something.
Yeah. That is okay, but we need to look into something. For a long time, historically, we know the Department of Personnel Licensing, KCA, have been carrying out registration of aircraft. Now what KCA has done is to realign the duties correctly, so that registration of aircraft is supposed to be in airworthiness, so it has just been taken there. We agreed on the transition period that we are taking the requirements as they are, but we are concerned so that if KRA have since removed that requirement for clearance, we should also be aligning. And remember, KRA do not have inspectors there to do inspection for any purpose, for aircraft parts. So KCA is the state agency working together in collaboration with KRA and other entities to make sure that we have smooth operations for the state citizens. Thank you. So Machola, we look into it. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Dasa. But let me give another administrative answer. We've got operators who have come to the office and they have requested that, we are waiting for a KRA clearance, and so how do we proceed? And what I requested them to do is to write an undertaking, or I gave a letter saying that we will register your aircraft, but we will not issue a COA till you bring that KRA requirement. Some have come. That's what I told them. We went ahead and registered the aircraft. We issued a COA, and then after they bring. So these issues, the problem comes when you also don't apply on time to the KRA, and then now you come to us telling us a story. Yes. What I'm trying to say is not to him. Him is echoing what people are talking about. But remember, ladies and gentlemen, you know there is a requirement to do 1, 2, 3, 4. Then you start your process on time to ensure that you meet KA, KCA requirement through other authorities. Yes?
Mine is just an observation or just more of a question. In this time and era, do we still need A and B notices for COV?
A and B notices, that is also administrative. Let me directly answer it. We are working on that. So we'll be issuing a document that either will amend them or will repeal them, depending on the weight of a specific notice. Remember, we have done a lot of movement since time when our seniors were in operation because of the safety and other things that were prevailing then. So we are reviewing all that, including the AAC that will be coming out, repealing some of them. Today we'll mention about A3 and A5. So yes, for now, but in the near future, we are looking into that.
Bon Alex, thank you very much. Also mine is, we can't split these questions because sometimes because of the volume, you may be passed when you wanted to ask maybe, so I will combine here. What I'm trying to say is I'm a victim of these problems. Sometimes when you speak from experience, I can attest to it in the context where we are suffering. It costs the affair, which again becomes an issue here. So when the operators here are asked about this subscription, we have a problem. For example, the subscription, the aircraft is indicating, for example, the previous owner. KCA wants you to custom-made it to appear the local operator here. Changing of that actually comes to a registration of that same aircraft to the same CASA subscription. So it's a problem that we have never solved up to date. Number two, we are very aware of our responsibilities. Operator, AAC and AMO side. Do these other people aware of their responsibilities? For example, they are supposed to have unhealthy competition across the whole world. For example, Kenya, we can be subjected to certain rules, but to customize it here is a problem. For example, one person, for example, bought a simulator. For example, we have 2 simulators in the whole world to train a certain aircraft. Somebody who sits in that serious boards in that Europe people comes and buys one simulator from that country and decommissions it. KC are sitting here, they are not aware, or maybe they are aware, and they're not talking about it. And then you are subjected to go to the one, this thing is So what I was trying to say, Alex, is this is a real story, really true story. We have 2 simulators, for example, Fokker 50. Let me be straight to it. Fokker 50. We have 2 simulators, one in Malaysia and another one in Sweden. The one in Malaysia, we have been training our people all many years. And because they don't have even visa requirements for Kenya. So our people actually today, you may have a KCA finding to say these people are expired, they need to be trained today. So you just book a flight today, tomorrow you train, bring your compliance, and you sort it out. But what those people in Sweden did is, they bought that simulator in Malaysia and decommissioned it so that we are subjected to go to Europe and do what, they have increased the rate. Look at this issue, they have increased the rate by double. And then tell the operators, telling us that you have to pay in advance. If you are rejected of a visa, then it is non-refundable. So who are we coming to cry to? We will cry to KCA, but KCA, are they aware of these things that are at stake? That's number one. The other issue is the issue of KCA. I liked Penina's presentation when she was talking about youth bulge. Let me tell you, Kenya, we're heading in a serious issue. It is good today we're talking about authorities, KRA, KCA, KA, all these authorities. The real issue is youth bulge. The number of people who are unemployed, who have degrees and masters of these licenses of engineering and all these things, and we are not unable to employ, basically because of the subjections that we are being subjected from above, is really alarming. It is the right time we wake up and actually face the reality and say, you guys, the Euro people, I'm sorry if there's a European here, that you guys are subjecting us to a serious rules that cannot be customized here. Face our rules, the same way Madam Dasa said, we have 1 year for CAKs, for the airworthiness certificate. No problem, we can make it 2 years. Thank you.
So now this one.
That is a passionate question.
Is it administrative or it's technical or it's others? No, let's put it under others. Simply because it's an important issue, but remember, and all associated personnel in the under Malaysia wakanunua alafu wameficha, surely there is little the CA can handle because it's not an oversight issue. That appears to be a commercial issue. It's just like saying, I went to Boeing and they have increased the price of the aircraft. So what we can do, you can actually write to us, tell us, you know, you're telling us to take our people to SIM, and the SIM is now in quotes commercial. Then we will give you a sort of relief if we have to talk to them. But because my senior is here, let's get a position. But the position is there are things that are not directly related to the CA, but if it's an OEM issue that we need to talk to them, we can always talk to them. We can ask them what is cooking. But for example, if the simulator, our flight ops manager here will say, are your people compliant? Is where they are going approved? And is it also compliant? Yes, Madam Dasa.
I want to remind the plenary something. When the manager airworthiness started the presentation regarding the revoked, the orphan, when will it die, when will the mother be born, do you remember that story? It's all aligned. It includes the simulator training for pilots. Our Captain Mule is here, and she knows very well about the simulators. Captain from iFly is talking about. So then it means, can you do soul searching, the organizations? Look at that aircraft. You mentioned the Fokker 50. We need to look also at the life. What has the state of design and manufacture given first? That's the standard. It follows through that the training now required for the crew goes for how long? I think we have a simulator right now. I will not mention the aircraft, but we are looking for a way as KCA to be communicating this openly to the industry, so that when you know you have this aircraft and you have a number of fleets and states, contracting states, 193, that from this day, manager said something about end of the month, the TC will no longer be there. Imagine. And we have those aircraft right now on Kenyan register, about 6-7 of them. It means even that simulator for training will still know, one after the other. So I think we will encourage iFly, the submitter, to sit with us. And we look at that specific, and we start from the TC. And this is why we are saying collaboration with KCA is very important. Otherwise, it becomes difficult. Because the aircraft is a good aircraft, heavy duty, good in cargo, good in those operations, the hard places, the snake pack, the grass, they can do very well. But then, continuing airworthiness comes from the type certificate holder, including every other thing. So iFly, you are so welcome to KCA, kindly I know. We will sit with you. We will see why it was decommissioned from Malaysia and killed and taken you to Sweden. Of course, business and other things surrounding it we'll discuss in a closed session. But then, yes, so that you can go to Sweden. Competition and business and everything, I know it's also, yeah, you are sitting. It is there. As we'll be looking at the airworthiness surrounding that particular aircraft, the engineers, the pilots, the flight dispatchers, and anybody licensed under Annex 1 to be able to make sure that that aircraft is operated in the proper manner. Thank you very much. But for this other one, dismantled, simulator, and they know the type certificate will not be there in a few months. Where will that operator go? You see, these are issues we need to collaborate together and see how we can work together. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dasa. So, Captain, you come to the CA. We'll try and cook an answer for you. But remember, we have to differentiate between commercial and safety. Commercial airworthiness. So now, till that point, we will move to the approved maintenance organization. So ladies and gentlemen, after we issue the COV and the COR, we require that these aircraft must be maintained in accordance to the OEM, in accordance to approved documentation. We did not answer his question about subscription. Subscription is part of the AMO requirements, part of the operator requirement, that the aircraft must be maintained in accordance to approved documents. So when we talk about the MROs or the AMO and the inclusion process, here we'll be very fast. I know most of you could have issues to do the certification process. Currently, we've got about 30 aspirants, not for election, aspirants, people who desired to be AMO certificated, but they decided to disappear in between because they submit and then they realize that the documentations they don't have or they have. There is an issue of regulatory requirements that a number of us do not meet. There is a lengthy process of AMO certification. Sometimes it's lengthy because of the CA and also because of the operator. Sometimes you want to operate an AMO, but you've not met the basic requirements, which include access to the OEM documentation, what Captain was talking about, subscription. Let me negate his statement and say that it's not a European requirement for subscription. It is a requirement even in our own regulation. There is a need for all engineers to maintain an aircraft in accordance to an approved document, which should only come from the OEM. That means either the AOC or the AMO need to subscribe. Otherwise, you'll be maintaining the aircraft with an airworthy data. I want to mention something about facility sharing. There is a place called another airport where you find 20 or so operators operate from the same facility. But when you go there, the facility is too, finish for me, yes, I hear crowded, congested, small, yes, that you wonder, is it really realistic for you to maintain your aircraft there? There is somebody called virtual tools and equipment. You know the virtual tools and contracts, company A and company B. I'll give you an example. So you go to company X, they'll tell you, yes, we have a contract with the company Y, and this is the list of documents, this is the list of tools and equipment that we get from company Y. Unfortunately, the same week, you go to company Y. Company Y tells you, this is the list of documents we are getting from company W. Or you ask him, man, where are these tools? And they tell you, these tools, we only borrow them on demand. But company X had a contract with company Y to give them tools and equipment. So you wonder, so who is who saying what? Personally, we have raised findings for that. And it's very important for you to ensure that you got the tools and equipment for a particular aircraft. Mr. Girai, he mentioned that there is an inspector who comes and he will say, it's okay, don't worry about the tools. And so he gets what? The AMO approval. Then another inspector goes there tomorrow and he says, man, you don't have tools. Then what will that AMO say? But we were certificated. We asked one day an operator and he said, so I asked him, man, how come you're flying this aircraft, you have even up to C-check and you don't have tools for this particular aircraft? And you know what they told me? There has never been that demand to maintain this aircraft. But in their SOPs, they have full capability up to C-check. Then you tell them, man, this one we need to remove this capability. They tell you no. but we were certificated 6 years ago. That is the issue our colleague was talking about, that yes, you're certificated, and then now there becomes a fight. Then the calls start going around. You know, this inspector, he has an issue with us. It's now turning to be not regulatory, but personal. That this guy doesn't like us. This guy, he wants money. This guy. But the problem was the initial. Let's see if you were in class when Das and Penina were presenting. It was under critical element? 7. What was 7? Okay, next to the answer. Where was the problem? Certification. That is under critical element number? 6. You know, the problem is, Madam Dasa here and our director here, they are pushing the government to approve C number 1 and 2. Yes. Najua nyinyi huwa mnaandika tu, kumekuwa kumeenda. It's C1, the act that you guys have been commenting about. And then C2, the regulation. So when they push them, so we do very well. 1, 2, 3, and then it goes to 6. That inspector comes and he gives that certification without tools, without post holders. You go to an AAC, you find the head of maintenance is not correctly certificated. In other words, himself, he doesn't meet the requirements. You find the head of maintenance, he prepares which book? That one which you are whispering. So he prepares that book and he takes it to base. Then he gives this book to who? Head of base, right? Now the head of base, you find that again is the same person. Are we communicating? Now the head of base, he prepares which book? That one. So after the head of base prepares this book, he is the same person who gives it back to himself to say, you know what, we are going to maintain your aircraft this way. But he's the same person telling to himself. So there is a problem which need to be sorted. There comes another situation of type training. This one we mentioned last time when we talked about the AML people. That training that includes the pilot training. Somebody comes to the CA, they want to do aircraft inclusion, they want to do AMO inclusion, but they have not trained even their own. So our manager flight ops will ask them, so even how are you going to fly this aircraft? You know, we will get people from Europe, but now you want to include this aircraft. So ladies and gentlemen, training of your staff. I want to say something, we are cooking something. There is a problem that the industry, we need to discuss about initial type training, continuation training, also called refresher training. There is another training called recurrence training. We have noted that most of the OEMs, or rather most of the AMO people, they spend a lot of money doing continuation training because of their own requirements. But what does the regulation say about these requirements? I saw people are paying $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 to do a continuation training. So for example, without mentioning names, the engineer did his type training for the 737 in 2022. The CA requires him to do a continuation training after 2 years. Then they'll go back to start learning about ATA 21. Then they'll be given, they pay $4,000 and they get a certificate of continuation training. How realistic is that? Those are questions that we want you to tell us if it's a problem for you or we're only wondering on your behalf. There is something called the local AMO and maintenance of an aircraft, which is not under the responsibility of the state Kenya. This is an international practice. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an international practice. I'll give you an example. If you go to another state somewhere within the Middle East, there is something called monopoly. Monopoly in the sense that if you're flying your bird into a Middle East state, The first thing is you have to train their own people. Company X, if you have to fly a 737 into, for example, that state in Middle East, the requirement is the national carrier, they appear to be the only people who do maintenance in that airport, or a local company. This happens in Middle East and in the Far East. If you go to India today, they will tell you, okay, you come open business, but they'll give you a lot of levies and taxes till you say, okay, I'm not going to open a company locally. So there is a need for us to look into, do you approve Kenya Airways to sign A350 for Qatar, and the 350 is not in our regulation? Let me remind you something, ladies and gentlemen. This information is in the regulation that the engineer, Regulation 3. Yeah, those who have their laptops open. Regulation 3 of all our regulation requirements, AMO, AOC, applicability. This only applies to aircraft in the Kenyan register. That is a requirement. So I'm not questioning our own requirement. I'm only asking on behalf of you people. So the other thing is Maintenance Organization Procedures Manual. The name will be changing soon. Maintenance procedures and quality assurance. Brother John will tell you, sometimes you create your own documents, but you cannot follow. One time we went somewhere, and they told us, you know, when an aircraft has a problem out station, we will call MCC. And then you're like, oh, you got an MCC? Then they're like, no, this one is futuristic. But it's in their books. Then you get, one time you get an MCM for another company, you open inside, you find a 737. And then you wonder, hey guys, this you fly 737 to this airport. And then they tell you, you know what? There is somebody in Kibera who does what? The manuals. And then you come and you get that Inspector Y. He tells you, go operate. And now you have your book. You're only flying a Caravan, but in your book, you have a 737. So we'll come and ask you, where is this your 737? Where is the Boeing subscription? Then you know, you don't fly a 737. Where is it doing in your books? Ladies and gentlemen, you write documentation that you cannot follow, or it's not applicable to your organization. Personnel. Somebody applies for an AMO, but they don't have personnel. Then we will start giving them a finding, day one, under phase, not phase one. That phase where the inspector will come, it's called phase 4. So your books are very good. You got Opot, Omolo, Otieno, and all that. Then now when we come, we ask you, hey, man, where is Opot? You find that Opot is around. But where is Opot? You even find, no, Opot is my friend, so it's okay. Let me use the word, okay, this engineer X, his license is not even renewed. He doesn't even have a type rating on that particular aircraft, but you have listed them. You went to Kenya Airways and you asked, tell me those engineers who went to Middle East. Then now you list them there. So ladies and gentlemen, personnel, very important. Record keeping. We did say that when we come to you, the aviation industry is about documentation. So you don't tell us, we don't know. The other one is maintenance release. This will be changing, as I did mention earlier, but for now we will have a transition between the B1 and the B2 and the XY ABCD. So, but your procedures does not include who will be signing what. And we come, when you give us the CRS, we find there is Otieno, Omolo from company X, Y, and Z. And there is no anything that brings these two people together. Ladies and gentlemen, the release of service is very important. Now, before we go to a modification, the next discussion will be about the AMO. We got 25 minutes for that. But let me say this. We are working to resolve the issue of lengthy the AMO inclusion process. For example, if you are certificated in the year 2024, and you are given an approval to fly an ATR, for example. Not to fly, but to maintain. So what happens is, when you come to maintain the FOCA after 1 year, then the CA will tell you you guys, will tell you what? 5-phase process. Then the 5-phase process will start again, bring a certificate of incorporation, but we have not changed the company. No, bring this, bring this, bring this. So the inclusion of a FOCA 50, it takes you too long than maybe even how you took time you took to do what? To do the initial certification. So we are working with DASA and with the blessings of the DG to get these things approved to ensure that we can reduce that time. The only thing that will be there is the documentation that you give us and the collaboration that we will need, but in terms of data that you will be giving us. So the more you disappear with your documentation, the more you submit incorrect and fake documentation, in quotes, the lengthy this process will take. The more you have imposter engineers, the more you have virtual tools, the more this process will take. So ladies and gentlemen, I'll pause there and we'll open the floor for discussion.
Thank you, Alex. We're going to start with this end this time.
Because Ratemo is my friend, I will say don't talk again next time.
Thank you very much. I was just inquiring if there is a way KCA can assist people who are starting AMOs, because I know one of the main challenging things in starting AMOs is personnel. It's not easy to get them, especially when it comes to paying them, and when you don't know how long the process will take. And I think that's the reason why those 30 AMOs disappeared, and you're still waiting for them. So I don't know if there's a way KCA can come up with a way of either allowing minimum stuff, like let's say accountable manager and head of quality, to run, let's say, like phase 1, 2, 3. But when you're now jumping into phase 4, which is now a shorter period to certification, if you can consider now at that point allowing the rest of the post orders before they proceed with the certification. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. There is one of my friends here called Richard. He will talk about that. I don't know that DASA wants to answer that. That is more of administrative. But the requirement is, if you don't have personnel, do what? Can we answer me? If you don't have personnel, do what?
Get some.
Yes? Don't start. Anyway, the requirement is like this. When you apply phase 1, does anybody ask about engineers? Phase 2, you are only submitting, giving us a list that you got these engineers. Phase 3, give us, the regulation says like this. If you cannot include the engineers in your MPM, you can keep a list of engineers outside, controlled by the quality, can be given to the CA whenever they want, right? So give us a list, Bonatemo, that you got a list, you got Otieno, Nyaberi, Nyachae, on your list. But before we give you an approval at phase 4, then you need to have those engineers, surely. How are you going to release these aircrafts? Because after phase 4, then there is no phase 5, John. It's just documentation of the CA. So ladies and gentlemen, personnel is a requirement for the AMO. Let's not discuss of whether you have or not. But yes, so you need to have engineers, right? It's just like saying, you know, there is some people, they call them, do I use the same word? Let me use it. It's called a briefcase company. Do you know a briefcase company? They tell you, you know, our office is somewhere in airport X. Then you go to airport X, they tell you, this is our office. There is a time kulikuwa na mamuluki Kenya, you know that time. So there is an imposter in somebody's office, head of quality, then they are posting that, you know, this is our office. Then you look around and, hey, so where is your MPM? Then when they open the shelves, you see company W inside. No, but you said this is your, no, you know, you see, now where is the contract lease agreement for this? There is no documentation. So very important is don't try to do something that you think you cannot run with it. In terms of documentation, in terms of facility, in terms of personnel, in terms of documentation, including not limited to OEM subscription. So yes, next question. You can also give a comment, not a question only.
Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Solomon Ayodi from Fly North. Now, actually, we are, the elephant in the room, if you ask these people, is the certification process, the 5-phase certification process. It's a very simple thing to do, but it has tended to look like it's the most difficult thing to do, and I don't know why. I've interrogated myself, nikijiuliza, what was the really reason why the 5-phase was there. And the answer is very simple, so that things can go steadily. But on this 5-phase, there are some time limitations that have been placed inside there that are not even supposed to be there. For instance, the first phase, what is called pre-application, is almost divided into 3, and it is supposed to be one item. And if you look at even the SE, it is just 1. But once you have submitted your letter of intent, which actually includes Passiform, and I'm sure all this will tell you, when we submit that letter of intent, we usually include the Passiform. But the authority just simply ignore that Passiform. They will like to call you wakuje wakusomee the advisory circular, which you already have read is online. Iko kwa website yenu. Then they tell you, go home, we shall send you the Passiform. You see, actually, and I'm not attacking anybody, I'm just saying, from here we can come up with something that is workable for all of us.
Okay.
And very simple.
Yeah, thank you. How many of you knows this guy?
Let me answer something.
You know the problem is...
Let's recognize Mr. Ayodi is our former colleague, so he's talking maybe from experience.
He's my friend, so I can talk anything about him. Ayodi, approve. Approve, I say something.
Go ahead.
So the situation here is, we will look into that, then we will see if we can merge, reduce, or do something. But I can confirm with Brother John here, our inspector, that we are working on those several documentation, several forms, lengthy forms, to ensure that we work around what you are saying, but those processes, they are there, at least you know the stories, the history about them, but we will try to ensure the process is quick, not short, but quick, by not duplicating some of the functions there.
I actually wanted to finish by proposing a solution.
Okay, give the solution.
Yeah, let me just go ahead.
Yeah.
If after being sent the Passiform, you submit back the Passiform, you stay for another lengthy time before you are now called for pre-application. And this process of pre-application, you are just going to be given a list of things you are supposed to submit. And I think that process can be done in 1 day.
All right, that's fine. I will want to confirm with our manager here. So we have a solution to that, as I've already said. Yes. We are working towards reducing that time and also merging or eliminating some of the documents. But Bwana Richard here will confirm that we have done AMO inclusions within the 90 days that has been given. This is also based on what these people will be there, who will submit what, get this document. Instead of starting to question the document you want, then we'll be able to walk around and sort. So that one is cooking. So what we can do is, after the suggestions that you have, let me give you that at least. I know you normally come to the CEO almost every week. Yeah. Talk to Ndirangu. Ndirangu and myself, we are working on that, Richard and other inspectors, so that we can pick up your mind as we modify. But we confirm that we are working to reduce that time.
My last one is on training. I must say, for AMOs, they are lucky. Or for those who run AMOs are lucky, you can employ an engineer from company B and continue working with you. But I think there is another area where people are suffering. You can employ a pilot rated on a Cessna from company B, and then he is required to train again. And the training he did on the other, on the same, while in that company, has not yet expired. Could you please also consider doing something on that? Because the trainings have been, they are usually, they train at about a certain frequency. A pilot is required at least. Yes, and those trainings are authorized. You authorize a training in company B, which pilot X did. Then pilot X has migrated from that company to company Y within 1 month. Is he supposed to go again for the same training? Thank you.
Let me not directly answer that, but the requirement of the AOC, there are several manuals, right? There is one, part A, there is part B, C, and D. But because we have the owner of that office here, Captain Muley, please say something.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, man. Thank you, Ayodi. I used to call him Mansolo. With regard to pilot training, we do understand that the training is indeed very costly. However, when it comes to changing of the AOCs, it depends on how the operator, now the new operator where the pilot is moving to, how they have documented their training program. Because remember, your AOC validity is pegged on implementation of the training program. So depending on how you document that you're going to absorb these pilots from the industry, that is what we are going to follow. And I do believe there are operators here who have had pilots moving, and we've not had to go through the whole initial training. When it comes to designated check pilots as well, you can also do, a risk assessment and a merger in between as you're building your own capacity to use what the previous operator had, so that we can support you. At the end of the day, as Mayor has indicated, it's all about collaborating with the authority and stating, put it on paper and say this is the issue, so that we can work together and find a solution for you. Because at the end of the day, it is our business to support you, and it is your business to also remain compliant. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe Inspector John will say something about certification or inclusion.
I think much have been said. Mine is to add that we are aware of the points you have raised. They are valid. We do understand and agree that there are forms that repeat themselves. You have to fill 5 forms to explain who you are. We are merging them so that we have only 1 form. So very soon, and now with the DASA in office and manager, they'll be quick. We have the documents ready, but they will be reviewed and signed. Then we can roll them out and make the process shorter. However, in the meantime, what we have been doing, when you come for inclusion, we are not going to ask you again for certificate of incorporation that have not changed. Management personnel that have not changed. What we normally advise is that you write to us that during this inclusion, the management have not been affected. The facility has not been affected. If you do that through self-evaluation, it becomes a very short process. I think that's all.
Yeah, thank you, Inspector. For those who have done inclusion maybe recently, you might have been receiving maybe about 20 or so letters in terms of inclusion, but maybe you might have received one letter which says this has not changed. So instead of the 16 or 20 letters, we have merged, as we've said. But because Madam Dasa is here and the questions are touching both on air and ops, she's the boss. Yeah, Madam, you wish to say something?
In what the has said, and Mr. Ndirangu, I confirm to you what Ayodi has presented is true, and we have done phase 1 in 1 day. So it's possible, Ayodi, it's possible, stakeholders. We are merging. Like AMO, we have 4 forms speaking the same language, asking for the address 4 times. We have recognized that. Bear with us. The team in airworthiness have already merged into just one application form. You see now this way, it will give us an opportunity to just give you without making it cumbersome for the applicants. ICAO requires human factor to be adhered to even in forms, in checklists. So we are also trying to align that way. So we have amended, Mayor, and we will be waiting for approval we will approve. Thank you.
Thank you, Dasa. And there is a form going round. If you had not recorded your name, your phone number, and signature, please do that. But don't do it if you had done it before, because we will have a double entry. All right? We'll be breaking in 10 minutes for lunch.
Quick one. My name is James Kimuri. Mine is an appeal and a question also to the CA. We've spoken much, and thanks a lot for your presentation. You've spoken about, or you've spoken to integrity and issues of administration. But there was an issue of consistency when it comes to surveillance. One inspector will say this, the other one will say a different story. So what that leads to, it gives issues when it comes to your resolution of safety concerns. Because you give me a finding. When I have a client who wants to, engage for a certain task, they want to see my previous audits, and one of the finding is a finding which is not consistent with the regulation. But you can't fight with an inspector, over such things. So the question is it possible to have like an element, a duration where once you get your audit is completed and the inspector says these are your findings, and you're not agreeable with some of those findings, and you have your facts because that your interpretation of regulation and inspector interpretation of regulation is different, before that finding is put in the system, because when it goes to the system, you have to close it somehow, and that record is there. Could there be like 24 hours of where you have to, not this inspector you're dealing with, one or a senior inspector in the CA, where you look at those findings and you deal with them? I feel that will deal with consistency. Number two, I appreciate the CA and the industry as well coming up with the dealing with the critical element number 1 and 2, but further down the line, and this is appeal to the CA, whatever regulation you're going to come up with, even the 2025 ones, could you please look further into critical element number 5? Because what happens is you give us a good act, you give us good regulations, but there's no TGMs. And they are no, insufficient. There might be TGMs, but they're not maybe sufficient. Then that brings about interpretation issues, because the inspector will interpret their own way. I don't have a document to say no or to base my argument. So that's where the inconsistency starts coming from. So my appeal is, when you do this, please let's have look at that critical element number 5. That will help the industry. That's all for me.
Thank you. Thank you for the 2 issues. They both appear to be administrative. I will answer them. And now this is the story. The issue of consistency of audits is coming up again and again. And we're also working at the issue of standardization, whereby the checklist will have a question and also will have an answer. Does the operator have this? Check if they have 1, 2, 3, 4. So you also be able to say, no, but I have this, how come you're raising for me a finding? So we're going to, if you look at most of the ICAO documents, a checklist will have like a manual on number 1, you should have this, number 2, this and this and this. Even that's how ICAO audits are done. But now when it comes to inconsistency or audits that are raised against the regulation, that is a question for the inspector. And Madam here mentioned about whistleblowing, and you have the manager's numbers, the DG, the DASA, and everyone else. You can easily write to us, to me directly, or to DASA, and you can even say, no, Inspector so-and-so. Because the more you continue saying Inspector X, Inspector Y, it will be also difficult for us to deal with this Inspector X and Inspector Y. So you could anonymously report, say, Inspector X came, he told me I don't have, for example, engineers, yet I had 2. We've got a letter from a company not long ago. Then they asked which regulation that we didn't meet. It came to me. I spoke to the chair. Actually, it's the accountable manager who called me. So I told him, write back to us. Then he wrote back to us. Then as you said clearly, you'll have to answer it. But immediately this inspector leaves your office, and there should be a debrief, whereby they should tell you, my friend, you don't have a facility. The requirement is the aircraft is a 777, and the aircraft cannot enter into this hangar. So that is a direct one. You don't negotiate. But if it's nowhere, then you have a right. You have a right. Sometimes people die because they don't want to exercise their rights. So write to us, write to me, write to DASA, write to DG, then you get full support. But it's very important for the stakeholders. Tell us, who are these inspectors who are raising these things, so that we can actually even talk to them. Maybe there is an issue of training. Maybe there is an issue of just standardizing internally, but we're also working on standardization. So when the new forms will be coming out, they'll have a form of a checklist that you can also tell them, no, your checklist says this, but you're saying this. The other question was? You're also getting old like me.
Maybe before we go to the next one, just to add what we are doing, we are creating implementing standard to ensure consistency. In that document, and one we will be publishing this week, you'll see we have acceptable means of compliance. So we have the regulation and acceptable means of compliance. So even before we come, you already know what to expect. In it, will give you alternates. If you're a small organization, how many people you should have. So there'll be ways out and way in that fall within the regulation.
So let me answer the next question that James had asked. Is about having a manual or a guidance to the industry. We have already done one for the AML, which has been approved, I did say in the morning. It's a full manual, 2 manuals. Currently, we are doing one for the ATO, maintenance side. The plan is that instead of having several TGMs, for example, you have a TGM for registration, like there is several requirements within same regulation. So the plan is to have one manual. For example, airworthiness manual. So inside the airworthiness manual, you will have all the guidance information regarding the airworthiness regulation. That is futuristic. We are hoping to reach there. But at the moment, if you've got a question, if you've got anything to do with certification, we are hoping to move to that direction so that we can reach somewhere. Yes?
I just want, can we get a forum to hold CA accountable? What you're saying, you give us a direction, then those TGMs, you can put that in a service charter, so that we'll be able to, you tell us, we'll give you TGMs within this period, so that we can hold you accountable.
Yeah, at the moment, we have TGMs, which are in place. So till we will change them sequentially, or rather, where I used to go sometimes, they used to say pole pole. Because, see, I've already said we have done the AML, which we had a deadline, which we have already finished. Now we are doing the ATO. We are also prioritizing them, which is burning more than the other. So the next one will be airworthiness, but as I've already said, it's futuristic. So currently, we are revising the current TGMs. So that's what we are doing to ensure the industry is moving to, to bring the gap down. But in future, we are hoping to have, like for example, the ICAO documents, there is a doc for airworthiness, 9760. So we are hoping to reach a point that we'll have a doc for KCA airworthiness, KCA AML, KCA rather. Yes.
We have a question here.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bill Clinton. I work in the insurance industry. There are 3 questions I would like to ask, and one seems to be a recommendation. And I think most people tend to struggle a lot when it comes to insurance. Yes, you will give the certificate and all that, which we really appreciate so far, and even having such a sitting. My first question would be, in the event of an aircraft incident, what is KCA's position in expediting the process so that when you're issuing a no objection letter, the process is fast? Sometimes we've had incidents where a claim is ready to be paid, but then the no objection letter maybe has delayed on some incidents. That's the first question.
No, before you go to the second one, which no objection letter are you talking about?
Sometimes depending on the claim. Yes.
Okay. Go ahead. Next question.
Okay. The next question is, while working with the Lloyds in London, I realized that there are some countries that seem to be protecting some of their companies. And when I came back here, I realized we might tap into the same through the regulator, who I think is you. Most people here tend to negotiate for their premiums on individual levels, which can be very difficult depending on the equipment, age, rating, and all that. Can KCA, because I know you have influence in terms of negotiating because of the data. That data is very key when it comes to premium negotiation. There's a word so that will be very key. So can you actually help in terms of negotiation? You may not be in a position to reduce the premium, but you can give a better platform for negotiation. The last question is, I went to a particular landlord to offer me space in town, and that particular landlord told me that they may not be in a position to do so because the type of business I want to set is already in existence. And I felt really good with that particular setup because he was protecting whoever is already there. Does it still apply with KCA, or in your way of issuance of certificate, it's an open market for competition?
Okay. They are all somehow administrative. Let me start from 3. From 3, we don't have anybody we are protecting as an authority. Anybody who walks in, it's an open office. Anybody wants to apply, anybody wants to buy an aircraft, anybody wants to do anything aviation, we will facilitate within the law. Number 2, question number 2, remember the DG in the morning, when he was doing his presentation, he mentioned about cargo services, right? He mentioned about flower business. Because as an authority, we look into such operations to see how then can we collaborate with such a situation. That means whoever who is dealing with this insurance business, the operators, if they think by involving the CA, we can have that platform, let them write to us, write to the DG. We have an office there called Air Transport, who are more inclined to those statistics and all that. Then we'll be able to sort those issues in a way that, if possible, provided it's within our mandate. And even if it's outside our mandate, provided is within the legal perspectives of an entity called Kenya Civil Aviation Authority. So let the people write to us, tell us what is the issue, how they want us to help them. We will evaluate. We have a legal office. We will evaluate it and see, is it something that we can get our hands into or not? And if yes, then we will create that forum that you have said. Question number...
I think we're going to take the final question here because we have 5 minutes.
There is question number 1.
Oh.
Yeah. Question... Yeah. I've answered 3. 2, and 1.
Let me just summarize. The first question was when it comes to helping to settle claims, there could be documents.
Yes. I wanted to answer the question number 1.
Okay.
Yes. Now, question number 1, whenever there is, let me say, an accident, or a serious accident in that matter, depending on how it will be classified. Let me say it's an accident because normally claims will come when it is an accident. That scope of work goes to another entity. It's called AID. Now that entity are responsible to issue the document we're talking about. Clearance or no objection, it's called the AID. This is the Aircraft Accident Investigation Department within the Ministry of Transport. However, there is a collaboration between the Civil Aviation Authority and the AID. So if, for example, one does not know where to go, then the authority is easy to come. You come to our office, we will guide you, we will facilitate, we will call the director there, depending on what specifically the person who deals with that is our sister. Yes, next question.
Okay, good morning or afternoon, wherever we are. My name is John, I'm with AIM Air, and my question regards, as we are submitting for some documentation, like AMPs, those sorts of things, I have been requested for entire manufacturers' manuals. And my question is, does the authority have access to those manuals? Or why are we as the operators being, or maintenance organizations, asked for the entire manual that's not really ours to give, honestly, protected by international copyrights, etc.?
So which manual was that? Any particular manual?
Yeah, Caravan 206.
What? Which manual?
The whole maintenance manual.
Maintenance manual.
Yeah.
The CA asked you to bring?
Yes.
Okay. But do you have access in your company that you are able to demonstrate?
Yes.
Okay. So we don't know why that request came about, but it's not a request that should come from the CA. The requirement is you should be able to demonstrate. So the inspector should come to you, or in an event that they cannot come to you for any reason, then you can give them your password for them to access remotely from the CA. So such a requirement should not have come, but if you have still the same issue, talk to me after, because we can easily sort such. Yes, next question, or it's lunchtime?
No, Dasa has a word.
Oh, yes, Madam Dasa.
Yeah, I want to support my manager. But there are two cases here which we need to clarify. If you look at, we will always go back to ICAO because that is the standard, and then the way we do things is our own as a state. What AMA is asking is aircraft maintenance program, AMP.
The CA not the maintenance manual.
AMP.
Because you said the manual.
Is it the AMP for the aircraft? Approval.
For approval.
Yes.
I'm requested for the whole.
Yes. So it's the AMP, not the MPM.
You said the maintenance manual because I was wondering. Yes, the AMP you have to bring, Chief.
I think it's clear.
But the whole
okay, Madam Dasa, go ahead.
Okay, let me clarify something. For approved maintenance program, remember it is the aircraft, the engines, the propeller, if applicable, and the frame itself. So we need those documents to be able to help the inspector to evaluate what you have done. Now, if you look at AMP requirements, we go back to ICAO. Annex 6 is where we will be handling in the afternoon AOC matters. If there was no AMO standing alone, Annex 6 is where it brings in the requirements of AMOs, so that it would have started from Annex 6, operation of aircraft, comes together with the AMO in that package. Now, it is envisaged that that maintenance program was coming from the AOC holder. It's the AOC holder, not even the aircraft owner. That is Annex 6, Part 1. So then it means that AOC holder and Annex 6, Part 1, international commercial operations, would have done two things. One, is to get its own subscriptions, the way we were talking about in this flow. And KCA requires that you also facilitate the authority with the same subscriptions, so that if you have a PC-12 Pilatus aircraft under this AOC, we are registering it. KCA does not operate a Pilatus PC-12 and may not be intending to buy one. But it's here to carry out oversight on that particular equipment, meaning that if you are bringing this aircraft to this register, to be registered in Kenya and operated under an AOC, then one, you should have that publication subscribed, of course, not borrowing from a neighbor, assuming you are the only operator in Kenya. And then the same replicate. You also facilitate the authority to access. Many ways of facilitation. We, the CA, will write to Pilatus. It's the procedure, it's in the law. That, by the way, from today we have registered a PC-12, and then we require from you to supply us airworthiness directive, all those documents. Now, if you do not have, then there is a catch. If you are borrowing a neighbor, then it means you will bring the program to KCA and you do not have any subscription. So it becomes a bother when the CA is asking. But when it was a clean deal from registration up to the operations, it will not be very heavy. So that there is a gap.
That's for clarifying that, and there is a gap. That's for clarifying that, and you don't need to bring the. We have many questions on the floor. Please understand that we have many questions on the floor. Please understand that we are eating on lunchtime. We will take more questions when we come back at 2:10. Please. So we're taking the last one because there's somebody who's been asking for the last hour.
Thank you. My question also is linked to what he was mentioning, especially with regards to CA and OEM access. Is it possible for the CA to get maybe an aim of training the CA inspectors? That is number one. Is it possible, there's a way that you can be able to get maybe inspectors, TMs are getting smarter and smarter with regards to access, where sometimes you are required to log in into the manual with QR codes with your phone, and that is the location pin has to be on. So you see such things are becoming more and more prevalent with different OEMs. The other aspect was with regards to the SOPs. What takes precedence? Is it the TC type certificate or type certificate datasheet name, or the trademark name? Because it turns out that the SOPs mostly is what an MOU uses to market its capabilities, other than the capability list itself. And some operators require, they ask for the trademark name. Example here, for example, you have a S350 helicopter, where there are some, especially the new operators, they know it by its trademark name H125. Is it possible to have it stroked within somebody's specific operating provision?
Okay, thank you. That being the last question as we go for lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, remember we are guided by OEM documentation. So whatever that should appear in your certificate or your SOPs, we make a reference to the OEM documentation. That answers your second question. However, in an event you feel that you need to have something into brackets, we can have an asterisk or something. This is now individual requirements. Come talk to us, because that is a CA document. But OEM, TC, the data sheet, everything, that's what we use. So if you've got a question which is personal like that, just come talk to us. We will try to sort your question. Now, the first question, if the CA can subscribe, the answer might be no. Because you realize that we are not operators. And Madam just mentioned we are not planning to buy one at the moment. Yes, we have access to some documentation for the OEM and all that. We have. We also train. The board and the DJ have given us blessings for some, notwithstanding the currency. We train inspectors, type training. But if you have a question, many people have come to the office, maybe they want to train, they have an issue with the OEM. We wrote to them and we've asked them, hey guys, how are you planning this your aircraft to fly here? So we might not have a collaboration, but we can talk to them and compel them to train, because that is their operations. Like now today we have Airbus Air Show here. So there are people we can talk to. So if you got a particular question and you think the CA can help, come talk to us, we can sort your issues. However, the subscriptions and everything. But remember, even if the CA has that subscription, you need to demonstrate that you have. If it's a QR code, location and all that, the inspectors will come to you physically. Okay, open. Is it opening? Then the OEMs will start saying, oh, you know, internet, you know, you know, the internet has a problem. You know, the head of quality changed password. It's protected by the head of base. They buy time till the inspector leaves the organization, just because they don't have the subscription, but they have that app. So they rotate around it. Oh, the contract expired yesterday. Why yesterday? You know, we need to do things right. And if there is an issue about access, you don't worry. We will tell John, go to that company, just confirm they have these, and that will be sorted. So till here, if you have a question related to the AMO, we will ask in the afternoon. So there will be that. But also you can register your question with our Inspector John here, so that we can, if it's a difficult question, we will look for answers. But normally we have answers. So if it's difficult, we will give you an answer. But you can give it to us so that we can make it quick in the afternoon.
Okay, thank you, Mayor, for that. The route is the same. The way we went for our tea break, we're going to take a break for lunch right now. And because we've eaten a lot of time for lunch, we will take a very brief lunch. We should assemble back here at 2 o'clock. All right? You're free to go eat. Welcome. Sorry, so as you walk out, I know you can hear me. We've made about OPSPECs. We will take those in the afternoon. So please don't miss the session. Enjoy your meal, and you are welcome back.
kumaanisha nataka kwenda kukula bath.
You have the shop.
Ati ni absorb the shock. Nataka kutoa chaja ya mtu hapa jameni. Sijui ni gani nitatoa. Peshi ya kwanza ilikuwa pia. Ona this front one. The one at the front kabisa.
Which one?
Hii ya mbele kabisa.
Ya kuna watu.
Hiyo iko na kalamu.
Peshi. Ulienda wapi? Limuru? How are you?
Vipi,
Ama niseme
skipper?
accountable.
Sasa?
Mzuri sana.
Uko sawa?
Mimi siko sawa lakini
Hii nimekuja nimekula tayari.
Ulijipanga?
Hai Peshi, imagine wote ushaka hivi kwa presentation.
Umefanya? Umeprepare?
Sija prepare. Hapana. Kesho nitaisha jambo. Tengeneza kwa saa moja nianze kudededede,
lakini wanataka
sini niwaambie maneno si
for responsibilities hivi.
Certifications. Why did I come here? Who told me?
Unajua nini? Tutanile tu. Where you lead a pattern. Just for unajua juu imeandikwa leo.
Kwa nini mliandika hiyo kitu? nini mmefika na huko? Sijui kama kama nasoma muda kaona hapa wengi mkienda it's okay, I'll just go there and yada yada yada.
We'll do well. We'll be fine. What is the ones that can happen?
Hata jina anaongelesha hapa. Even in the morning I just want to say I'm going to be so thank you very much. Ile ninajuanga vitu zinaendaga hivi zinaenda kombo. Please just go ahead of me. Give me the words. Acha tu niende nirudi kwa ile maombi kidogo. Because sasa mnaona saa hii.
Usahau pressure sasa. Certification umefanya miaka ngapi? Process gani juu ya certification? Market yote ukajaa. Sasa hii Mungu pengine anakuambia huu sai
Ambazo ni kwa hapa.
Akuletea tu
Go in the take a bibi.
Have you eaten?
I've not eaten. Tunatengeneza sasa kwanza sasa kajiru.
Alafu uende uchukue food.
Is that you?
Oh. Well done, well done. Yeah.
Well done to you.
Thank you. Oh.
Presentation.
Thank you. Oh, look what. Thank you, thank you. This time here, did you sail through?
Yeah. Yeah, after the toilet.
I sail through. Not over. You're light. You're nini. But you already have an alternative. Kulikuwa na option moja.
So the
gone. So you time you park in an area where they like.
That's the proposal we gave.
Yeah. Approve ukiwa na alternative. It's a no-go.
It's a no-go. When we wrote to them, I knew it should take like we'll review it
once they respond to you, just because again we don't want to introduce something alafu kuwe ni risk tumeleta tu hapo. But at least you know that one. Did they accept that? Sisi wote tunasoma from the same script. So wakienda tunajua hao wanafanya nini. Kwanza tuwatumia PDF. They don't know what they are doing. What is it? Sawa, good to see you. Sisi tuko hapa. Kwani unatoka? So utamiss Q&A. At least something like that to enhance, change the culture.
Yes, brother. Irrigation. So now they're going to move from Karen out to your place. I think the leader is
Thank you.
Channels to be there for the helicopters and helicopters for the first one. And then okay. Was going to be there. When you come to that place, you can think farmland is just
Hello, we are taking questions. Welcome back. Let's settle down.
Oh yeah. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Thank you so much.
My name is Kanyi, and I want to lay down my personal experience. I had a license without type rating on propeller turbine engines.
Hey, people, kidogo tu mzee. Hello. If you can hear us, please. If you want to stay to discuss, you can move away from the hall. The guys who are still outside and you still feel to discuss, you can move slightly away from this forum so that we can continue inside.
So I will repeat again. My name is Kanyi, and I'm laying down my personal experience. I had a license without type rating on propeller turbine engines, and several type ratings on the propeller turbine engines. And I also had a license without type rating on pressurized metal aeroplanes. And now, of course, with some, type licenses. And now I was, let alone employed by Everett Aviation. And it was dealing with helicopters, or rather gas turbine engine rotorcraft. And I was forced to do an exam on ANC gas turbine engine rotorcraft. The examination was a bit boring because the questions which were involved were the same questions I did on my propeller turbine engines and the pressurized metal aeroplanes, except for the rotors. So I was asking the authority, instead of doing the whole paper, which contained the same questions, in my previous examination, there should be what we call propeller turbine engines and the pressurized metal aeroplanes. There should be a dispensation so that you can do only the rotors when you come to do the exam on ANC gas turbine engines. That is a request I'm asking the authority, to consider. Thank you.
Okay, shukran. Yeah, thank you. That is a personal question, and it falls under personnel licensing, but we will still handle it. So what you'll do is that you will need to apply to us. We've just changed into the new regulation, so the examination is now different, and so there will be need for you to do an examination to have now the license called the B1.3, and it will be some 1 or 2 modules. So you come to us, we will discuss, and then we will sort your issue.
Thank you.
Yeah, any other question related to the AMO?
And maybe you can give me another chance.
Yes.
To express myself. I could be operating an AMO or an AOC, and actually, I feel mercy on the young, engineers who are coming up, because after training, after the year training, they need internship, and attachment. But now, for them to enter in an airport, they are required to have an airport, pass. And now, as an operator, maybe I would like to take as many internships as possible, but you see, there is a problem. I cannot, pay, for all of them the airport pass. And because to have an airport pass, first of all, you apply for a certificate of good conduct with the DCI. Now, can the authority help young people, these upcoming engineers, so that, to enter an airport as an attachment or internship, you do not require a lot of requirements as far as entry to the airport is concerned, because that is where the operators are getting, some problems, because you have to pay, and it is not very cheap for the airport passes for the students. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that question. That is administrative. Unfortunately, the KAA operate under a different mandate from us. They do keep the securities of the state, and the airport is a restricted area where some protocols, some requirements must be met. So somehow the CA might not be involved in such a situation. However, we've done a group visit through our offices where they have the student visiting and all that. But for a long-term, in quotes, contract for the internship and all that, KAA requires anybody accessing the airport to have a security pass. That is a security requirement under the mandate of the Kenya Airports Authority. Unfortunately, we might not be involved. But if there are those students and you feel maybe they have a problem, they can still come to us. We can request KAA, if they have that provisions under their mandate, either to be exempted, but that is a security requirement from a different authority. Directly, we might not be involved. But if you have such a student, you can bring them up. Also, there are many people here who want to sponsor such students. Penina was mentioning about it. If you have one, talk to Penina. They will pay the 1,000 for good conduct. Yeah, but send them to us. We can always write. There is no problem of writing to the KAA. Then we see what they will say. But that's a mandate for them to keep. This is a restricted area. Yes.
Mine is first to commend the authority for the introduction of the e-portal that has made our work a bit easier, that we don't have to come to KCA every time we have a request. We just go into the system and put it in place. However, I have a recommendation out of a number of frustrations that as operators we are experiencing. You put in a request, you are not sure what is happening to that request. You're also not sure whether the service charter is applicable from the point where you put in your request, and therefore I would ask or suggest that once we upload our documents, can we have a provision on the system to tell us which inspector has our documents? And immediately after that, is it possible for the system also to start counting down the days in consideration of the service charter? If the document is supposed to be with the inspector for 90 days, can the counting start from there? And there's an MPM that has been resting with the CA for since last year in May, and therefore, as we speak now, those are 365 days. So you have to go chasing the inspector, asking where the document is, and most of the time you don't get the right answer. So just having the system telling me who is the inspector and how many days to having that document approved. Thank you.
Right, thank you. We acknowledge the inefficiencies sometimes that come at the CA, but we are working on that to ensure that inspectors handle the issues immediately. For example, there is one particular operator who came and told me the same issues that I applied last year. Some of the operators, you find there was a finding that was raised the year 2024. During the audit of 2025 is when they remember that, oh, we had submitted an MPM last year. So this is, she says correctly, 300 and so days. So we are working on that inefficiencies to ensure that, to hold the inspectors accountable, to ensure that the service charter is being followed. The other problem is having to know the inspector who is working on your document. It's also fine. However, sometimes immediately the operators know is Alex handling their documents, they will start calling even at night, even in the morning, and every other time. So yes, knowing is one, but also we try to ensure that we follow up appropriately. So for the inefficiencies, we acknowledge and we will ensure. Now, if there is an operator whose document has been pending with us for such a long time, write to me, we will sort it out.
Maybe to add, the system will be changing very soon to another system. However, internally, the system do count the days that the inspector have stayed with the manual, and we do performance review, and there's a dashboard that shows how the inspector performed in particular regarding to particular document. So we also have a status page. It can show you, but I know what you mean. It doesn't move after undergoing review.
In the morning, sometimes you submit your document. I'm not talking about her. Sometimes an operator submits their document. Then the inspector returns this document to them with comments or with additional requirements. The operator goes and keeps quiet. They never reply back. Till when there is an audit or something, then they will start saying, oh, we had submitted. Then you realize the CA had already communicated, the operator had not written back. So it's also your responsibility to ensure that if there is a follow-up, you also submit what is required, you make the changes, and that will reduce the back and forth to ensure that time is not lost in between. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I have a question. If an operators or an AMO engineering team,
be a bit louder.
Or if an engineering team AMO invents an equivalent test set using I'm asking if an AMO invents an equivalent test set using approved procedures from different reference material. Is the approval of this kind of a tester fall under the jurisdiction of the authority of the state of design or the manufacturer of the components to be tested?
Yeah, normally what happens is, yes, we could be having alternate means. However, if you decide to manufacture your document locally, then it must be, first the design of that document must be approved by the owner of the original document. Then the owner of those documents then must also approve your document, or rather your equipment, because CA at the moment, we don't have the engineering section that is able to evaluate and determine the engineering aspect of a document, or rather an equipment that has been manufactured locally. So for us, we depend on the OEM. So if, for example, you decide you're going to design your stuff locally, the document, or rather the equipment or the tool that you have manufactured locally, then you can use it. Because if you look at the AMM, it will tell you there is a place the AMM will tell you this document is locally available. So it means you can manufacture it locally, but it will depend. What are you manufacturing locally? So is this a test equipment? Does it have what specs? So it will vary. For example, if it's
good afternoon. Ishuki from Air Traffic. I've got about 3 issues. Let me revisit the first one on the portal. If you look at from the inception of the system to now, the last column has not been entered anything to date. A few places maybe you will see have entered, you'll find maybe a certificate copy or a letter copy there at the end. But the majority of those applications have not been closed on that system. And the rest of the issues that have been mentioned, I think I don't have to dwell on that. But another main one is were being taken by either party. And this one, I'm comparing the AOC and the AMO. A careless statement has been thrown here and there by somebody, maybe at AMO or AOC, saying that they require something and they don't think it's a requirement. AOC says it's not a requirement. AMO says this one is not a requirement. I think the first agreement should be between AOC and AMO. For example, us who run stations outside the country, where we need both AOC and AMO to participate. If they disagree on certain items on the checklist, then we are left. Somebody said, an AOC person said this is not necessary. An AMO person says this is necessary, and all that. But the critical one is the time it takes to have things like the MEL and MP approved. Because you take it to flight ops and they say it requires to go to the airworthiness first, and then it comes back, or the MEL. In the first place, I wonder why the MP and MEL should go to flight ops. I really don't know. Because I wonder who is there that is supposed to be doing anything about what is the content of those documents. I don't know where the history came from, but I'm sure very many engineers here, because eventually the AMO guys end up making these documents and giving them to. So why did they go there in the first place? And that's why then it takes so long. I know a document that has been maybe 6 months, like all our AMPs, none takes less than 3 months. Because of the back and forth, you go to flight and say no to Meituma airworthiness. Then so I wonder whether it is a TGM issue or is a regulation issue. But I think maybe you could address that.
All right, Madam Dasa, you want to go? All right, let my boss answer that one.
Good after lunch, everybody. I've just signed a check. Did you eat well? Is anybody requiring a dessert after this? We have paid for your day today. So now, I'm answering because this is a coordination issue. And it's touching on flight ops, airworthiness, where now. It's about coordination. There's something the industry doesn't know, which we need to tell you first. When you know where the problem is, we find a solution. We have 3 different regulations. Operation of aircraft under Part 1, commercial operations. We have Part 3, international helicopter, and we have but we have not done Annex 6 Part 2, general aviation, so that general people are just operating in their own way. With a certificate of airworthiness with general aviation in there. No business, no hire, no reward, no remuneration. So now this confusion comes in. You see, now we know our problem internally. So that when you are a general aviation operator, a Boeing 777 general, a Pilatus PC-12 general, I'm talking about it because it has an MEL. I'm not talking about those without MELs. Then it becomes difficult for that operator to come to KCA and ask for approval of his or her MEL for the PC-12 under general aviation. Why? We will tell you, take it to flight operations. Another one, take it to airworthiness. So we agree with you, that's what we've been doing. But now, through a coordination procedure, which we have done internally, is showing now the roles of each inspector. But remember, now that way we will guide you. But then it means for us to comply with general aviation regulations, the CA must do technical guidance materials. James said critical element number 5. We do not have it. Is it clear from there? We do not have it. That's why you see we are tossing. But at the same time, the industry is running, business is moving. Operators need to be facilitated. So on our own internally, now we are guiding each other. For AOC, MEL, it is clear that flight operations is the project manager of that MEL, including the entire certification process. So that now it is clear. AMP is AMP again under AOC, the certification project manager is coming from flight operations. So that all applications, whether it's an AMP, MEL, thing that happens here is our own internal coordination procedures, not to do with the operator. So that all applications come in through flight operations. So we are really dealing with our own internal issues under coordination, so that we do not affect you out there.
Maintenance in outstation. And we've got reports from other CAs and other different inspectors that there is a company 5Y, there is a company operating in that state, and the CA does not know whether you are operating there. The CA does not know whether you are releasing aircrafts from there, till one time when another CA will say, hey, your aircraft is here. Do you know about it? So you find that you are hiding behind the scenes, but now when an aircraft goes down for any reason, or the CA will ask, have you approved these people to carry cargo? Then we're asking, which people? No, but they are here carrying cargo from, they are doing internal, one town to another town in Chad. Then you're like, which aircraft, which company? Do they have approval? No. Then you find there is an engineer there who has been releasing for the last 5 years. It's not right that way. So let's be straight with the CA, so that will be able to be sorted. The next question, remember we are finishing soon.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is George Ali Mungai. I have a question in regard, an old aircraft has passed all the checks and it's worthy to fly. Why would it be considered not fit at this time of age not to be in the sky like any other new aircraft? Maintenance has been done properly. I'm just asking if you could clarify that for me.
question is, the question I wanted to ask, because we need to handle that one. There is this presentation here. I've just gone to it so that we don't repeat. This is aging aircraft operations. I did mention in the morning that Kenya has not set the age for an aircraft. So when you say old, you put it in quotes, because Kenya has not said this is old. This age. We have not set an age of an aircraft. And research has been done, and it has been indicated that the age of the aircraft does not necessarily determine its airworthiness. However, it will depend on the documentation that you submitted. But for us to finish this, we're talking about fatigue and corrosion management programs, which you guys should be able to do. We have what is called LOV, that is limit of validity as per the OEM requirements, the life extension measures and safety models. It goes through the certification process. So let this end there, then we will handle it as an individual.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Amin. I stand up and speak, an examiner of pilots. Two, I belong to an AATO. That is the Organization for Flying Schools. At the same time, I'm one of them is training for pilots, specifically simulator training, training for short courses, SMS, QMS, CRM, DG.